Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. Unfortunately, these are the last times that I'm saying these words to start the show, but the good news is that this is the final round, round 11 of 11. The stakes could not be higher, and we are in for an epic showdown today. I can't wait. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and one more time alongside me today, the legend, Grandmaster Peter Lecko. Peter, you have been doing marathon shifts day after day, and I think finally we have reached our reward.
Yeah, hello Daniel, welcome everyone. Certainly we have a very dramatic final round ahead of us. I can't wait for the actions to start. To be honest, I'm already feeling extremely nervous. Yeah, let's take a look what awaits us now.
I'm stressed. I don't know how the players must be feeling, but we have hours and hours to get into that. But let's quickly review the standings in the women's section and then the open section. We've got 5 minutes until the games, and we don't want to miss a second of the action. Vaishali Rameshbabu is the story of the women's section. She leads by half a point, 8 out of 10, no losses, performance of her life, and she has already secured her spot to the women's candidates tournament, Peter.
Yeah, that's a wonderful spot to be in. No pressure. On the other hand, she already wants to win the tournament.
And of course, she needs at least a draw. Anna Mizuchik is breathing down her neck, but those two have already played. That's the good news for Vaishali. So she has an easier pairing today. She faces the Mongolian phenom Bathoyag Munguntul, who also has had the performance of her life. But all things considered, I think that these are pretty good pairings, Peter, for Vaishali and Anna Mizuchik, who faces Pia Kramling on board too. I think the chat must be really, really happy to see Pia do as well as she did.
Yeah, absolutely. She had a rough start. Now she's up there fighting, eventually maybe even getting the brilliancy of getting into the candidates in the very last note. Okay, so much drama as well, but I believe we have to be moving on to the open section because there is also so much to talk about.
There is indeed. There are the open section standings, ladies and gentlemen. It's a different layout than the women's section. There are 3 players with 7.5 points, Esipenko, Nakamura, and Vidit Gujarati. That is the big 3. And they're followed by exactly 3 players with 7 points, Fredke, Arjun Erigaisi, and Vincent Keymer. And then, of course, a big group of players with 6.5, including Fabiano Caruana, who lost yesterday. He got crushed by Hikaru Nakamura. That was the story of the day. So many storylines and narratives, Peter. There's no way that we can encapsulate everything in 1 minute before the games begin. But what jumps out at you as we look at the pairings for today and the standings before the final round?
Yeah, that like we saw in the standings, yeah, 6 players still have chances to qualify. Of course, the players with leading the tournament, the 3 leaders, have the highest chances. But look at the pairings, Erigaisi against Hikaru Nakamura. Anybody's game if Arjun wins, who knows what happens. There is also Giri against Andrei Esipenko, a very important game. And let's take a look. I think we prepared something, some bio there about Anish.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Of course, Fabiano Caruana is already in the candidates tournament, but there's a lot that depends on the results. Giri needs to win in order to increase his chances to qualify via the FIDE circuit. That is the most obscure qualification spot. It's a composite of several different calculations, but you increase your chances the better you do in this tournament. Fans of Nakamura, Vidit, Fredke, Erigaisi, and Keymer will root for Giri to knock Andrei Esipenko out of the leader box. So Giri will need to step it up after a marathon victory over Hans Niemann yesterday. Feels like years ago, but yes, that was yesterday that Giri defeated Hans Niemann in a crazy 7-hour game. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's going to be as crazy as yesterday, maybe crazier than yesterday, because we've got so much fatigue that the players are facing in this marathon event on top of the stress of wanting to qualify.
Yes, exactly. You simply don't know what to play for. I also feel like on the second board, Vidit against Fredke. Yes, Vidit is also one of the leaders with +5. And he knows that he needs to win. Yeah, he needs to take risk. And Fredke, on the other hand, is half a point behind. One could argue that he also needs to play for a win. But sometimes playing for a win, just being solid, waiting for your opponent to do some crazy thing is the right strategy. So many different scenarios. You have to keep a very cold-minded head in order to use your chances.
We saw nerves of all kinds yesterday. The top 7 boards were all decisive. We think that's probably the first time in the history of this kind of tournament that we had 7 decisive games on the 7 top boards. That's what shook up all of the tournament standings. But for people just joining, for people who are confused about the tournament standings, don't worry about all that. Just enjoy the games. Notice that to the left of each player, you can see the amount of points that they currently have in this tournament. But forget all of that. We will cross that bridge when we get there. Right now, we want to enjoy the start of all these games. We'd like to thank everybody joining us from all corners of the world on Twitch and on YouTube. This is going to be an epic final showdown, a photo finish if there ever was one. Although yesterday, Peter, will be a very tough act to follow as the games finally get underway.
Yes, we already see some games have started, some still did not. There is also this crazy pairing for Vincent Keymer facing Fabiano Caruana. I feel like this is a very annoying pairing because Fabiano is already qualified for the candidates, so he quietly can play his game. Vincent clearly hoping for an outside chance to eventually qualify. The same applies for Anish against Esipenko. I feel like Esipenko's situation, playing against Anish Giri, who knows that he cannot qualify, he's fighting for his chances to improve his FIDE circuit situation. So many narratives, and we have liftoff in almost all the games.
We have liftoff. Buckle your seatbelts, folks. We are in for a barn burner in this final round. It's going to be very easy to criticize the approaches that the players take, but each player has their own approach. Let's also not forget, there are massive cash prizes at stake. First prize is $80,000. So for a lot of players, that is a game changer. And they don't just want to burn all of their bridges just to say that they played for a win. They also want to maximize their rating gain. They want to maximize their cash prize, and they don't want to lose in the last round. It's a terrible feeling. But Hikaru Nakamura staking a claim with a Sicilian. Will we see a Sveshnikov? No, we will see a Kalashnikov from Mr. Nakamura.
Wow, that's a surprise. I was wondering, what will be Hikaru's approach? And let's just very quickly highlight, what the players with +5, the leaders, the 3 leaders are feeling. Normally, if you have like +5 situation in a tournament, you think like, okay, that's it, I'm gonna win the tournament and everything is perfect. But now 3 players are leading, fighting for 2 places, 3 other players breathing behind on their neck. Just so much tension. You don't know exactly, should you be solid? Is your opponent willing to take enormous risks? You just don't know. And that's why it's so intriguing, and that's why we are so excited.
And yesterday we saw Hikaru opting for an ostensibly solid opening. We thought, okay, maybe he wants to mitigate his risk, but it was actually part of some genius opening preparation, some home cooking by Hikaru and his longtime second, Chris Littlejohn, crushing Fabiano Caruana right out of the opening. So we should not jump to conclusions when we see a particular opening. You should not think, he's playing the Petrov, so he's playing for a draw. That might be a ploy to get their opponent to burn all of their bridges. So let's wait and see. We see a Kalashnikov from Nakamura and knight 1 to A3 from Mr. Erigaisi. I will admit to you, Peter, I am extremely ignorant in this particular Sicilian. It always strikes me as the kind of ugly duckling. It's never talked about in the same breath as the Najdorf or the Sveshnikov. It's a little bit less glamorous, but it's a dangerous system.
Yeah, it's kind of a very special situation, the Kalashnikov, because the difference and the reason why I'm mentioning this, that the main Sveshnikov is, of course, we all know this knight f6, knight c3, e5, knight db5, d6, and then white has an option of going knight d5 or the main lines with bishop g5, a6, knight a3. And now, after the move e5, which is the Kalashnikov, knight b5, d6, white is offered to grab the space with c2, c4, getting a very comfortable slight edge. But on the other hand, black has neutralized this old classical move with c4. So there had been a lot of debate, white going for one knight c3 and then a6, knight a3 stuff. But here there's a sudden catch that Arjun plays one knight a3, so basically inviting the transposition with a6, knight c3. Why do you play knight a3? Is it just being fancy, or do you want to provoke your opponent?
Or maybe he just liked the color of one particular knight a little bit more. So he's like, I want the slightly more yellow knight to be on c3, and the older knight to be on a3. But it is the same position. We've transposed to the main line. And bishop e6 is a very fashionable move. I'm looking in the database. It's third most common after b5 and bishop e7. But ChessBase tells me that it is the quote-unquote hottest move. Farham Maksudlu, ton of games from 2023. And this seems to be where all of the theoretical dispute is focused. And typically white plays knight a3 to c4. And it's like those movie scenes where the good guys are trying to make it through the door before the garage closes. I mean, black wants to play b5 and shut the knight down, so white takes the opportunity to increase his hold over the d5 square.
Exactly. Now I'm also very curious that in the Grand Swiss 2019, one of the last tournaments that I played, I faced Jumabayev, who in my opinion also has played exactly the same line with bishop e6 against me. But now after knight c4, he shocked me with some rook b8. Yes, I think he shocked me with rook b8, and I have never seen that move before. So like, okay, what does he want from me? And I went on to win a fascinating game, actually a very interesting game with a lot of double-edged scenarios. So is Hikaru also having something similar in mind? Because it was connected with, I don't know, something like rook b8, knight e3.
Yeah.
I believe knight f6, or not even knight f6. But black was going for some, I was going g3 and he was going h5.
Incredible. Rook b8. Modern chess. But Peter, Hikaru also won a classical game against Lenier Dominguez in 2023, American Cup St. Louis. And Hikaru played rook b8. He also played it versus MVL in Blitz. Dominguez played knight d5 and won. But here Hikaru deviates and he plays the more conventional knight f6.
Yes, he goes for knight f6. We see the evolution by actually does not really approve black's play. It's kind of a provocation. He's also trying to get Arjun out of his comfort zone. Certainly, Arjun could have never even expected this opening. On the other hand, okay, white has a solid, stable construction. There is no need to panic from white side. I believe this is some very old theory, isn't it, that if white plays the move bishop g5, then we might be reaching some sideline of the Sveshnikov when black plays bishop. Let me even get this position, because I do feel like this is very important. Knight f6, knight c3, e5, knight db5, d6, bishop g5, a6, knight a3, and the part of going for the main lines with b5, this move bishop e6 does exist when white plays knight c4 and then some rook c8, knight d5, bishop takes d5, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, queen takes d5, knight b4 kind of lines are happening somewhere. Some childhood memories, but this is all very old stuff. And Arjun says, I want none of it. Let me just block you from playing b5. I'm surprised that this decision was taken so quickly. Does it mean that Arjun is in preparation? We see that the computer doesn't like it. I don't know exactly what to think of it.
Yeah, a lot of questions here. And Arjun says, I don't want the old stuff. Give me the new stuff. You're absolutely right, Peter. I think the old name for the Sveshnikov is the Pelikan, Pelikan. This is how the early world champions like Emmanuel Lasker referred to it. And bishop e6 was essentially considered sine qua non of this variation, I would say, before the 1970s, before Sveshnikov himself breathed new life into this system. So old wine and new bottles here. Now, the move a4, it exists. I see some Grandmaster games. Viktor Korchnoi played it in 1991. I see that the first player to play it was Laszlo Kovac in 1972 against Gennady Timoshenko, Russian Grandmaster, who was also one of the original pioneers of this system of the black pieces. It's a very positional move. You're obviously preventing b7, b5. I would imagine that it's still part of Arjun's preparation. I mean, this is not the kind of move that you play quickly if you're out of your home cooking. And it kind of passes the ball to black. It forces Hikaru to kind of put his cards on the table. The most popular move here, Peter, is rook a8 to c8.
Already played by Hikaru. Now I'm expecting, yes, white to somehow try to get the grip on the d5 square with knight e3. But the reason why I'm quite skeptical of this a4, or at least I'm surprised that whenever white plays the move knight e3, trying to get access to the d5 square, then black will very nicely be able to meet that with knight c6 to b4, making sure that the d5 square is beautifully protected. There will be some pressure against the c2 pawn, yet the combination of the rook on c8 and the knight on b4. And because of this, my very first reaction is that I don't understand what white wants. On the other hand, you very nicely highlighted that this still has to be Arjun's preparation. And there should be a specific reason why he believes that the move a4 is good. Let's wait and see.
It could be connected with bishop c1 to e3. I mean, anybody who's seen Sveshnikov games knows that bishop g5 is almost obligatory. It's an autopilot move, but it's not forced. And Korchnoi played bishop e3, already creating some tactics. Knight c6 to d4 is still possible in response, and that leads to a bit of an opening liquidation. Bishop e3, knight d4, we could highlight. This is the game Korchnoi versus Chilean Grandmaster Morovich Fernandez. Bishop takes d4. Now, obviously not e takes d4, queen takes d4, losing a pawn, but instead bishop takes c4. Taking that piece, takes on c4, takes on c4. Victor, the Terrible, dropped his bishop back to e3. And queen c7, preparing an exchange sacrifice on c3. Very, very typical exchange sac. The game ended in a draw, and it kind of looks like Black solved most of his problems early on.
Wow. Actually, you mentioned the name Ivan Morovich. And I do recall that in 1993, I played in the Leon Super Tournament with Karpov. I was just 13 years old. I made my first draw against Anatoly Karpov there. I also faced Ivan Morovich, who just came fresh from winning the Las Palmas Super Tournament a month ago. And yes, at that point, he was playing this bishop e6 sideline of the Sveshnikov, and he played it against me as well. It was a draw. We went to analyze. Andras Shadoryan, my coach, was also there. We analyzed something like 2 hours, and Ivan was explaining us that he had made tons of work on it. He found many great new ideas, and it was very intriguing to see that this bishop e6 is very much back in business.
My gosh, analyzing the Sicilian in the 1990s must have been crazy. I remember a story you told, Peter, of traveling from tournament to tournaments with thick binders and game collections because there was no laptop and chess space with all of the games saved. You had to carry large books and notebooks and pens, and you had to travel with a whole suitcases full of material. Completely different time, and I have the greatest admiration for Sicilian players in the pre-computer era.
Yeah, those were the days. Yeah, you were fighting with the airlines that you will never ever check in your repertoire because if
that's chess informant.
Yeah, chess info, but also it was not only carrying books, but in order to be professional, you had to kind of get all the material out handily written in paper, so that all the highlights which are connected, so that you are saving material, that you don't have to carry all those very heavy books. It meant that you were working like 8-10 hours a day, making sure that you will have the repertoires ready for your travelings. It was completely different times, and sometimes you run out of space already on the paper because everything was already full of lines. Then some very small notes. Then you were cluing some more things, on the paper as extra notes. That some new games, some new edition of analysis. Yeah, those were the days. Very nice to even think about them in hindsight.
Incredible. I wish I lived through that time. There was more space for personal creativity. Now everything's on the computer, but Arjun Erigaisi, he's taking his time here. We're not entirely out of theory. There's still a lot of Grandmaster games, but this is a very obscure line. I mean, we're only, how many moves are we in? We're 8 moves in, and already we're in territory that is relatively unexplored and potentially relatively tame. This is unlikely to be an explosive tactical opening. I think for a Sicilian game, this is on the positional side. Very interesting decision by Arjun to play a4, deviating from mainline theory with bishop g5. Let's see what he can bring to the table.
Yes, I also feel like we have already talked quite a lot about this game. Let's move to other games. For example, Anish Giri against Andrei Esipenko. We have highlighted that, that's a very important game for the tournament situation. Let's also take a look at the bird's eye view. What do we see? Wow, what is in store for us?
Okay, so Vidit versus Praggnanandhaa on board 2. So we remind everybody there are 3 players who have 7.5 points out of 10. If there is a tie for first place, then tiebreakers will decide the order, and it's no use speculating on the tiebreaks right now. Of course, we should wait for the results and just enjoy the games. So I'm looking at board 2. It's a Queen's Gambit accepted, very conventional position. Probably too early to dive into that game. We should wait for Vidit to display his preparation. They're in kind of a critical position. Board 3, we have sort of a Carlsbad-ish line in Giri versus Esipenko. We can take maybe a closer look at that one. or do you want to go to Caruana versus Keymer on board 4?
Well, let's first look at this Anish against Andrei Esipenko, because there is also some interesting kind of mind game going on right at the very beginning. Andrei Esipenko said that no, I will not play the Nimzo Indian, or at least he will not play the move knight f6 e6, and he's actually forcing things right into Queen's Gambit territory. However, by trying to force your opponent into the Queen's Gambit and the Carlsbad structure, you're actually giving white some extra options, and this is what Anish is immediately jumping on. C takes d5, e takes d5, bishop f4, knight f6, e3. So white is planning to get his bishop out to d3, which would be very nice. So black relies on the move bishop f5, and now we see some very sharp continuation by Anish Giri. He goes knight g2, setting up the move knight g3, hitting the bishop with a tempo, and usually this is connected with bishop g6, h4, expanding on the king side. Now Andrei Esipenko has castled, and Anish is taking his time because, yeah, he's contemplating about this knight g3, bishop g6, h4, h6, h5, bishop h7, bishop d3 with a very complex fight.
Wow, the player's choosing to pay an homage to the legends of the past, because the second game in the database to reach this position, Garry Kasparov versus Anatoly Karpov, World Championship 1987. And Gary played rook c1 in this position. Kind of a flexible move. You know, let's wait for black to commit before we play knight g3. And lots of other high-level games. Karpov played the move c6, which is almost obligatory in order to harmoniously connect the queenside pawn structure. And only then did Kasparov play knight g3. Karpov retreated to e6, probably fearing that if he goes back to g6, there is some h4 action. Bishop e6, but bishop e6 gives white very nice prospects for his light squared bishop, which Kasparov brought out to d3. Now knight bd7, or sorry, rook e8 was played by Karpov. And we got kind of a pretty standard Carlsbad type battle, which ultimately ended in a draw.
Wow, yeah, it's kind of interesting, yeah, because the reason why Gary might have included the rook c1, that black has not yet committed the c7 pawn. Yeah, this indicates that eventually maybe black is also trying to provoke white for some quick knight g3, and then he would switch back maybe to e6 and then try to go for c5, knight c6 setup. Yeah, now we see, now I actually already started to appreciate Gary's rook c1 move. What a nice prophylactic. On the other hand, if we're gonna be talking about the kingside attack after some knight g3, bishop g6, h4, then you might want to keep an option of going long castle. Yeah, these are the little finesses. The bad news for Anish is that it is Andrei Esipenko who chose this system. Yeah, and look at the clock situation also. Andrei has blitzed out his moves. He is very much familiar with all these finesses, and he has made up his mind already before the game how he's gonna react to any of white's moves. While Anish is clearly, on the one hand, happy that he gets a chance to play a very rich middle game. On the other hand, he's on his own.
Especially if he allows c7, c5, the situation could liquidate very quickly, and it could be a draw in the blink of an eye. If the center liquidates, then where is white's advantage coming from? It's pretty amazing. Gary realized this, I mean, in 1987, rook c1. And we should point out for newer players who might ask, okay, rook c1, how does that actually prevent the move c5? Well, if black plays c5 prematurely, then I would imagine after dc bishop takes c5, the knight on e2 now can seek greener pastures on d4. This is an isolated queen pawn situation. The pawn on d5 is very nicely blockaded, and this is kind of a nightmare scenario. Now, maybe knight d4 is not best. Maybe there is more juice to be squeezed. Yeah, here, bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, knight c6, and black can quickly try to push d4. Reminds me of a very old Kasparov game, by the way, against Magaramov, where Gary did something similar. But white does not have to rush knight d4. The point is, once the knight leaves e2, then the d4 square is much harder for white to control.
Yes, actually it's kind of funny that the computer says that white is better, the computer is very happy. On the other hand, it's not exactly obvious how to play. I was even thinking about some a3 followed by knight b5 and then try to get grip on the d4 square, but every single move seems to have some issues. Yeah, Anish is in for a very long thing. Also, you don't see it very often that Anish is kind of out of book on move 7. What a great kind of feeling from Andre that maybe let me lure Anish into this territory.
Yeah, pretty amazing that in Erigaisi versus Nakamura and also in Giri versus Esipenko, the players kind of stepping away from mainstream theory and going into longer-term positional battles. Let's talk quickly about Andrei Esipenko and spotlight his incredible performance and his chances to qualify to the candidates tournament. What is his path to getting there? Obviously, with a victory, he qualifies to the candidates guaranteed. But beating Anish Giri with black, okay, easier said than done. If he draws and either Hikaru or Vidit do not win, then obviously Andrei Esipenko occupies one of the top 2 spots, and the top 2 spots both punch their ticket into the candidates. If he loses, then all bets are off, and we've got total pandemonium if one of the leaders with 7.5 points loses. So he needs a win or a draw in order to guarantee a ticket to the candidates. It's great to see Esipenko with a resurgent performance, Peter. He dropped below 2,700. We know that he's capable of playing at the highest level, and we've known that ever since he defeated Magnus Carlsen famously in a classical game with the black pieces.
No, it was with the white pieces. It was this beautiful kind of Knight of Scheveningen victory in the Tata Steel tournament 2021, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
it was fantastic. Pieces, I
apologize.
Yes, because there was even this moment I was commenting this live, that Andre was jumping a little bit on his chair when he saw that Magnus missed the tactical shot, and that was so famous. After that, they also had this incredible encounter in 2021 FIDE World Cup, where it was a very tense match, and only in the ultimate tiebreaks, Magnus managed to knock Andre out of the World Cup, and that was more than 2 years ago. And one could argue that in those 2 years, a young player definitely got much stronger. So yes, Andre playing a wonderful event. Very happy for him. It's always great to see someone showing his real talent, his incredible potential. And I also feel like all the players on +5, they might feel like, okay, but I deserve to qualify, and absolutely they all deserve to qualify. On the other hand, we know that's why it's so dramatic that only 2 of them will make it.
Indeed. And I'm really drawn to how many players have gone this entire time without a loss. Erigaisi, Nakamura, Alexander Pretke hasn't lost a game. Andrei Esipenko hasn't lost a game. Obviously, Anish Giri hasn't lost a game. Even Nikita Vitugov, who has quote-unquote only 3 wins, also has not lost a game. So a lot of the players at the top have shown incredibly solid result. Very, very steady. Really hard to do in a tournament that is this strong. But okay, so the position there has settled down. The position in Vidit Pretke is in a very well-known Queen's Gambit accepted endgame. And I should immediately point out, Peter, as far as I know, White is not playing this in order to make a draw. There is a lot more venom and a lot more bite to this endgame than meets the eye at first sight.
Yes, I think it was Vladimir Kramnik who brought so many fresh ideas into this endgame. I believe that before him, people were thinking that the move 7d takes c5, offering the trade of queens, is kind of a silent draw offer. But then Vladimir was posing so much headache for the black players. I believe that right now the current state of theory says that with very precise play, black is neutralizing. But I also see a lot of mind games involved in this game because you don't know exactly what to play for. Was Vidit from the white side thinking that Pretke, in order to have realistic chances of qualifying, he needs to win this game at all cost? So he might be aggressive. That would play into Vidit cards by just being solid. Now, however, that Pretke says that, you know what, I have +4. I'm very happy with my tournament situation. There are brilliant prizes. Let me try to reward myself for this wonderful tournament. I want to be solid. Now it's Vidit's turn to try to spice things up in this endgame. But also maybe Vidit's idea is, let me get a solid position and let's follow the other games closely just to see in which direction they are going. And based on the situation on those games, Vidit will make up his mind how much risk he wants to put into this endgame.
Yeah, it's very easy, I think, from the side to say, oh, Predke should burn all of his bridges. He has to try to qualify at all costs. But let's put ourselves in his shoes. He hasn't lost a game this tournament. He's playing an incredibly solid opponent, over 2,700. And there's nothing worse than playing a tournament like this and losing in the last round. It leaves a very bitter taste in your mouth. It would still be an amazing performance. But think about all the cash that Predke would win and all the rating he would gain if he makes a draw here. So I totally understand his decision, not to play like a Dutch or a King's Indian, but instead to go for a very solid option. And hey, I mean, if Vidit ends up taking too many risks, of course, White can also lose this endgame. It might seem incredibly pacific and very symmetrical right now, but there's a lot of decisive games in this position.
Yes, one of the ideas was some knight e5, bishop f3 regrouping, eventually white knight heading to d3 or to c4, depending how black is setting up his pieces. Black has not yet developed the queen side. That's one of the main ideas, but there are many other moves. We see that Vidit is actually taking his time. He certainly did not expect this opening, which is in some way surprising, because already Predke has played the Queen's Gambit accepted against Vincent Keymer in the tournament. Yeah, so he might have assumed that Predke is willing to burn all bridges with the black pieces. A lot of interesting scenarios, but let's also continue our tour. And I think that the Fabiano Caruana Vincent Keymer game is very interesting. Fabiano, after losing yesterday, he wants to clearly finish the tournament on a high note by winning the last game. He will try everything. Vincent facing Fabiano Caruana in the very last round with the black pieces. Not an easy pairing, but you never know. Fabiano is a big fighter that might also give Vincent some chances.
Oh, absolutely. And as we adjust our eyes to this position, I will point out that Vidit is the leader with the worst tie breaks. So if both Hikaru Nakamura and Andrei Esipenko win their games, which of course is statistically pretty unlikely, and Vidit also wins, he does get third place on tiebreak. So he still would not qualify to the candidates tournament in this hypothetical situation. So in order to qualify, Vidit needs to win his game, and he needs either Hikaru or Andrei Esipenko to not win their game. But right now, he can only focus on what he can control. So we will keep close tabs as he prosecutes this very well-known Queen's Gambit accepted endgame. Now let's get back into the action in Caruana Keymer. It looks like, okay, we'll take the bird's eye view very quickly here. Hikaru Nakamura's game also heating up. Ooh, and Andrei Esipenko has sacrificed a pawn against Anish Giri. So other games for us to update, but maybe we can quickly look at Caruana Keymer and then go back to the top boards.
Yes, and I think the reason why it's very interesting to take a look at this game, because Fabiano treats this game like a must-win game. That's the impression I'm getting. And one would have assumed that, okay, all the players with the white pieces trying to qualify will burn all bridges, because this is strategically a very risky kind of line from Fabiano. After bishop b4, he plays the g3 Nimzo Indian, which clearly after d5 can transpose to Catalan type of structures, Ragozin Catalan stuff. But Vincent opts for bishop takes c3. It's a sideline, which is possible due to the fact that white has played quite slowly with g3, making sure that white's pawns are doubled. B takes c3. d6 is the typical kind of setup. Black is trying to push e6, e5 at the right moment. So bishop g2, knight c6, knight f3 castles, and bishop g5, e5. And suddenly Fabiano plays the move h3 instantly, which means that this is some very deep preparation.
Ridiculously deep preparation, because I'm seeing that bishop g5 is essentially non-existent. One game in the database versus over 100 in the main move short castle. So some sort of, incredibly deep home cooking by Mr. Caruana. And then this move h3 kind of strikes me as a semi-waiting move. I almost want to ask the forbidden question, what happens if Vincent plays h6? I find it hard to believe that Fabi will give away the bishop pair, but maybe he wants to drop his bishop back to e3. And this is a familiar idea to me. You secure the g4 square, the bishop comes back to e3, but that also strikes me as a bit of an awkward setup You're obviously blocking your e2 pawn. I really don't know. It's hard to predict what's on his mind here.
Well, I certainly feel that he's provoking h6 with the intention of going g4, g5. That's somehow the feeling that I'm getting. On the other hand, is it realistic? White's king is still in the center. It does look like a rather slow plan eventually. Black will have his counterplay with knight a5 against the c4 weakness. A razor-sharp strategical battle, and that was the reason why I was mentioning that this is what you usually expect when somebody is in a must-win situation, that White is strategically taking enormous risk in order to get a double-edged position.
Yeah, I tried these systems out from the white side, and I always end up losing the c4 pawn every single time. Somehow black plays knight a5, boom, queen side starts to collapse. Okay, Vincent plays a developing move. Bishop c8 out to f5, completely sensible. I'm not, wildly impressed by Fabi's setup. It's not like I look at this and I say, oh, it looks like he's going to win in 3 moves. Not like Hikaru versus Fabi yesterday. But maybe Fabi just trying to get a fresh strategic battle, just guarantee that you will get some sort of imbalance in the middle game. And there we go, g4, continuing to spice things up and continuing to play instantly. Bishop e4, I think, is going to be Vincent's response.
Yes, kind of, but bishop f5 looks like a very strange move because, okay, g4 is coming and bishop e4, yes, it's kind of natural. That's the move what we are expecting, but
and then
the
what?
bishop is also vulnerable. Yes, okay, that's a big question. What next? But if ever White attacks this bishop, it will be very difficult to. But okay, it's now White to prove something, right? After bishop e4.
Yeah, because obviously the knight can't really easily move. Okay, maybe just castles. But
just castles, but okay, this is strange, yeah. To lose these 2 tempi, to play h3 and g4 and then to castle. But I'm not yet understanding. Yeah, it's such a specific line, and Vincent is playing the move bishop e4. We already see that Vincent spent some 25 minutes, and probably he's trying to figure out what Fabi has in mind, but only once we're gonna see Fabiano's next move, then we will start to understand what's really happening.
Yeah, I'm not exactly grasping the zen, as Yasser would say, of Fabi's opening setup. He's showing some aggression on the king side, but also not clear how he's going to prosecute the attack. I don't entirely get it. I think we should definitely wait for a couple more moves before we can, draw some hard and fast conclusions on Fabi's opening choice. But let's drive ourselves back to the bird's eye view, because we've got some action on some of the top boards. There was a pawn sacrifice in Giri versus Andrei Esipenko. Clearly, Anish did not have himself a fulfilling lunch today, so he's supplemented it with a d5 pawn. I don't know what's good in the Isle of Man. Maybe a steak sandwich with a side of Andrei Esipenko's d5 pawn. And then in Nakamura, Erigaisi, also very concrete action on the queen side.
Yeah, wow. This is... okay, in the Nakamura position is kind of natural. I already highlighted that after rook c8 and White committed the weakness with a4, knight b4 will be a very tempting option for black. That's what Hikaru has opted for. Okay, most probably White will somehow get his knight to e3, and it makes perfect sense to have developed the bishop to g5, already putting pressure on the f6 knight. But my feeling is that this is exactly what black wants from this opening. Yeah, the knight on b4 is just a wonderful piece, covering the d5 square, and Arjun has slowed down. This gives me the feeling that I'm kind of right, that I'm slightly critical of his handling of this line.
Yeah, and White scores terribly in this position, according to the database, which lists 27 games, including a game by FM Geller against Yevgeny Sveshnikov himself. And White scores 37%. I mean, this move a4 that Arjun very confidently carried out, it weakens the b4 square. Hikaru says, thank you very much. And black has checked off all the boxes. I mean, knight e3, bishop e7. I don't get it. I'm not a fan of the way that Arjun has handled this. Bishop e7, bishop e2 maybe. But if you showed Hikaru this position before the round and said this is what you would get, I think he would say thank you very much. This is a gift.
Yes, that's for sure. Black has everything to play for. Yeah, it's a double edge position. The d5 weaknesses were covered. We also did see that the computer was somehow not exactly agreeing with all of my simple moves. Yeah, because for example, after bishop e2, we do see that the computer says that black is perfectly fine. And then after the move short castle included already, suddenly white has stabilized again. Does it mean, but knight takes e4, it's a typical idea, but it does not work. No, knight takes e4 just doesn't work. So what does the computer have in mind here?
Yeah, knight takes e4, bishop takes e7, and the b4 knight is going to hang. I see that correspondence game featured knight to g4.
Oh, wow.
Hello.
That could be, yes. That could be. It makes a lot of sense. Correspondence. There you go, knight g4.
They
Yeah,
know
that's
what's
the
up,
key.
yeah.
Yes.
So we should show to the players who are looking at this with their mouth agape, you know what's happening. Yeah, bishop e7, knight e3. Now if you take the knight, black takes the bishop, and white's pawn structure is ruined. So bishop takes d8, knight takes d1. And very nice liquidation. Rook takes d1, rook takes d8, equal. Black will eventually play d6, d5, freeing himself from the final weakness. No problems with this knight on b4.
Yes, even I would say like maybe black will try to play for some initiative here, because the knight on b4 hitting the c2 pawn, the d6 pawn isn't a weakness because black beautifully can play the move king e7, create the typical counterplay with f5. I would love to be black, and this gives us the feeling that after knight b4, we already see that the computer thinks that knight is not precise. Does it mean that white should actually take on f6 first? And we also see Arjun spending quite a lot of time. He might be sensing that this is a very important moment.
Yeah, he might be sensing, wait a moment. Like, I need to make sure that I'm not worse out of the opening. Yeah, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and even knight b6 is possible there. One game in the database from 1976 was knight e3. Also possible, going for the d5 square. But yeah, knight b6, rook c6. And I don't know. I don't know if you can get away with knight d5.
Yes.
Maybe not.
Those are very tough questions, yeah, because after knight d5, for example, if black takes, normally if white takes on d5, that's a strategical capitulation. That's a horrible mistake. So the only question is, can white take with the queen on d5? But it seems unlikely because of rook takes c2, threatening on f2 as well. But white can play bishop e2, pretend that this was a sacrifice, try to castle and claim some compensation, but it looks very strange. By the way, Arjun has already made up his mind and he plays the more natural knight e3 move.
Yeah, wow, knight b4, and then 2 moves later, we might see knight g4. If Hikaru knows this, then of course he will play it, but extremely unlikely. This is way, way out of the scope of theory. Will be very interesting. Already bishop e7 on the board, but that doesn't necessarily mean Hikaru is still in his prep. Bishop e7 is just sort of the only move. It's a risk-free position. And for Arjun to keep his candidate's chances alive, he basically needs to win. He needs to win this game, and then he needs also Andrei Esipenko to lose his game, which is a lot to ask for. But again, we should always keep pointing out that these players are not just thinking about the candidate's qualification. They're also looking at their rating. They're looking at the cash prizes that they can win. So there's other considerations that are influencing the decisions on the board. A very interesting start to the round across the board. A lot to look at, a lot to discuss. So many storylines. This is the final round of the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. 2 candidate spots are up for grabs, as well as the rating spot. Peter and I will be back with more action on the other side of this short break.
We develop the knight out to f6, and after nearly any of white's moves, for example, short castle, we play b5, bishop to b3, and bishop c5, and this is the introduction to the Archangel. My name is Caruana, and I'm a chess grandmaster, and here I welcome you to my course, Caruana's Ruy Lopez Dark Archangel. This course will provide you with a full repertoire with the black pieces against the Ruy Lopez. So let's say after h5, white plays h3, because white can always take on b6. Black plays h4, bishop h2, g4. We've seen this idea, we need to open up the king side. We need to play for the initiative. Take, and we take with the knight. And the idea is to play h3. We also always have the option to take on h2, and if knight takes b6, rook b6, it doesn't really change anything, because we still have many attacking pieces. Knight on g4, knight on g6, pawn h3 coming, and rook h8 coming. All of black's army is actually concentrated at white's king side.
Welcome back to the final round of the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. GM Peter Lecko and GM Daniel Naroditsky bringing you coverage of this all-important final round that is going to determine which two players punch their ticket into the subsequent candidates tournament. So much cash is at stake as well, so much rating. The tension could not be higher, Peter, and we have some very exciting positions on the top boards.
Absolutely. Okay, in the very first game between Arjun Erigaisi and Hikaru Nakamura, I have the feeling like a Kalashnikov turned into an improved Sveshnikov, which is wonderful news for Hikaru fans. And I'm a little bit worried for Arjun fans because I don't really see any real scenarios him getting a win out of this position. It might sound premature because it's just the opening phase, but this is somehow a very nice position for black, very easy to play. We already highlighted this, that bishop e2 is even met by knight g4, which Hikaru will spot in a second. Also, Arjun is clearly seeing this problem. He has slowed down, he's taking his time. The opening has clearly gone in Hikaru's favor. On the second board, we have a rather quiet Queen's Gambit, accepted Queen's Gambit, Queen's traded off. White has a tiny little edge. We know that Vidit is a big master of all these finesses, but the game that caught my eye is Anish Giri against Andrei Esipenko, because before the round started, we highlighted that this is such an important game for all the other fans, that Andrei Esipenko has the best tiebreak. Basically, all the players are rooting for Anish to score a victory, but Andrei has showed some brilliant preparation, and it's a force line. I have the feeling that Andrei might have worked it out all the way till the very end.
Yeah, pawn sacrifice. The queens are already off the board, and white is a pawn up, but there's very clear compensatory factors. First of all, it's not the best pawn in the world, and Anish could even help himself to another one. But yeah, the biggest thing is that the king is stuck in the center, and even with the ladies off the board, black has plenty of firepower to cause some major problems down the e file, maybe down the c file. So a very double-edged position as Anish Giri ponders his next move, and we are aware Levon Aronian drew very quickly, probably already making his way back to London. He draws Etienne Bacro, who had a great event. Obviously, neither of those players were contending for the top spots, but let's take a closer look at this endgame. So my first question, what exactly happens after rook takes b7?
Well, my feeling is that black actually wants to eliminate that knight on c3, because without the knight on c3, I feel like white's position is falling apart in a sense that you can't really hang on to all your pawns and black will be able to liquidate. Yeah, that's my feeling. Black clearly wants to make a draw. So my feeling is that black just plays the move knight d5. Also, if we go back just 2 moves, after we can go back even further, that after rook takes d8, e takes f4, black simply made sure that his knight from b8 gets activated. He opted for knight d7. And after rook c7, he followed it up with knight f6. And that's how I feel like this is the typical scenario that you go for knight d5, you sacrifice a pawn, you might sacrifice a second pawn, you analyze with a supercomputer, and the computer says, yeah, the activity is more than enough to guarantee a safe draw. That's what I'm seeing. Anish will need all his skills to find the way, posing some questions here to Andrei.
The other big problem for white is that if the whole queen side liquidates, which is a non-zero possibility, everything is traded. The B pawn, the A pawn, and let's say the knights, and technically you get a 4-on-3 on the king side. Congratulations, but with the doubled F pawns, that's going to be impossible to win with the bishops, without the bishops. Even I think a same-colored bishop endgame is going to be very, very hard to win because of the fact that your extra pawn is doubled, and it has no prospects of becoming a passed pawn. So this knight d5 idea is going to target the a2 pawn and the g2 pawn, and I think the prospect of a total liquidation are extremely high here. I mean, there's only so much that you can do if you're Anish Giri. You need to get your king side out, and in order to do that, you essentially have to allow this very nasty knight d5 idea.
Yeah, the move that comes to my mind is like a move bishop c4. I would maybe just forget about the b7 pawn, making sure that I'm somehow completing development.
A knight e8.
Wow, but knight e8, I can't do this. Wow, okay,
whoa.
That's
yeah,
horrible
rook
news.
c5, b6, rook c6, bishop d7 is stunning geometry, I think, if that's the correct line.
Exactly. So basically, this is the problem. And if we are not able to play bishop c4, making sure that we trade this bishop as quickly as possible, then there is no way black from stopping going knight d5. And after knight d5, we won't be able to... Yeah, this is brilliant preparation by Ante also to understand how we got here. We have to go back to castles. Anish did play the move that Kasparov played with rook c1, hinting at the possibility that, yeah, c5 is not easy to carry out, but Ante knew that the computer agrees that actually you can go for this sacrifice. D takes c5, bishop takes c5. We were struggling to understand why is computer so happy, because knight d4, bishop takes d4 looked like a problem. a3 looked way too slow. So yes, clearly the computer believed that white can just pick up this pawn with knight takes d5. It's the tactical justification of rook c1, but the game proves that there was much more than that. Knight takes d5, rook takes c5, bishop e6. Black sacrifices the pawn. Beautiful. That's a move that, for example, prior to computer eras, like 30 years ago, it's so easy to miss, because you sacrifice the pawn, you give up your bishop, and then you make a slow move. No way it's going to work. But now with computers, if the computer suddenly says, no, it's very interesting, keep on clicking, keep on analyzing, then you go much deeper, and you realize that, oh, wow, yes, there is so much more in this position. Knight c3, knight takes f4, takes, e takes f4. Again, a good moment just to stop that. All right, white is a pawn up, the knight on c3 is stable. What is the problem? But there you go, knight d7 tempo, rook c7, knight f6. And the player like Anish Giri, who works so much with computers himself, I'm pretty sure that deep inside him, he's very much worried. He feels that this should most probably be direct liquidation if his opponent is beautifully prepared.
I think this game is the perfect illustration that chess has become a science above all else. Like after rook c1, c5 kind of violates the old laws. You can't create an isolated queen pawn when your opponent controls the square in front of it. And rook c1 is a prophylactic move. Andre says, I don't care, in your face, c5. And then again, knight takes d5. You're giving away your most important pawn, and you're doing it while also allowing a queen trade. You can't do that. Yes, I can. Stockfish says I can. Komodo says I can. That means I can. And this is very, very impressive stuff from Andrei Esipenko. And yeah, bishop e6, as you like to say, Peter, very tranquilo. Just secure the knight and exploit the fact that the knight on e2 is blocking the box. It's stuck in the intersection, and it's preventing white from easily developing the rest of his king side. Actually quite scary if white does not get the queens off the board. And one more thing I wanted to point out for newer players after knight c3, knight takes f4, queen takes d8. I think some people in the chat might be excited at knight takes g2 check. Desperado, very good concept, doesn't work because you are inviting the beast into your own home after bishop takes b7. And actually knight d7 saves the rook, but this version of the endgame is clearly inferior because white gets to castle quickly. So very important to stay alert, which Andre has. And a round of applause for amazing opening preparation. He's done the hard work. Now he just has to have the discipline to complete the job and hold the position.
Yeah, and so far in the tournament, Andre has been impressing us in so many different elements. His brilliant preparation, for example, in this game against Vincent Keymer, just to name two that comes to mind immediately. Yesterday, also getting the upper hand in Catalan discussion against Parham Maksodlu rather quickly, despite the fact that it was Parham who was blitzing out his moves. Yeah, it seems like Andre has done extremely deep work in the openings, and this is bringing the fruits. All right, so this is kind of bad news for the other players because everybody knows that Esipenko has the best tiebreak. So he has played against the highest opposition of opponents so far in the tournament. If there is a three-way tie, he will be one of the players definitely who makes it, knocking out someone else.
Mm-hmm.
That will push Vidit to play for a win. Hikaru might also feel that, okay, come on, this case, Anish not having realistic chances, I also have to try to create maximum chances for my game. So much to look ahead.
Yeah, amazing action. By the way, in Hikaru's game, he has found the move knight g4. You called it, Peter. You said he would find it instantly, and he did. Not only did he find it, but he played it, I think, in something like 2 minutes. This liquidational move following the correspondence game that we had outlined. And the endgame, which we had put on the board, is now very, very likely, very comfortable endgame for black. But the likeliest result in that endgame will be a draw. Still, incredible how Hikaru, with what ease he seems to get these types of positions. Anything he plays always seems to turn out for the best.
Yeah, okay, this is probably the best ever Kalashnikov in the history of chess.
In history.
Yes, it's move 12, and black is already fighting for an advantage. Yes, maybe white can hold, but this is what Adorian was telling me, and I believe I perfectly agree with him, that if black equalizes, actually it's not a draw. Black has the psychological advantage because you are playing from the black side, you has comfortably equalized, the psychological pressure will be on white. You just keep on putting the pressure on your opponent. So it's great news for Hikaru. Also knowing that he has the second best tiebreak, I believe. So just in case if all the players end up drawing, then I think it's Esipenko and Hikaru who qualifies. Yeah. So just keeping that in mind. Also very important. That's why no reason for him to go crazy. Just solving his problems and eventually even having a chance to torture his opponent in a pleasant endgame. That's a wonderful scenario.
Yeah, so sharp throughout the tournament is Hikaru Nakamura. Now, this move is pretty easy to calculate because if white takes the knight, then black grabs the bishop pair. And one pawn structure transformation that is super positive for black in the Sicilian, yeah, bishop e6, f takes c6, and now the knights are completely restricted by black's pawn mass in the center, particularly d5 and f5 is under control. After you castle, your rook has the semi-open f-file. So this is just clearly an edge for black. I find it very hard to believe that Arjun will do anything but essentially acquiesce to a slightly uncomfortable endgame, which he will have to hold with a couple of careful moves. He's also down 40 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, now let's talk about Arjun's scenario. Yeah, this is the absolute nightmare situation because he's trailing by half a point the leader group. So he came into this game with the desire to get a messy double-edged position where he can hope to create chances later on in a tough middle game. Maybe some big time scramble. In any case, having winning chances is also very much his style to create as much complication as possible. And what he got, and it's all connected with this very unfortunate decision of going a4. He was just afraid to transpose to some old theory, but that old theory has a very good reputation. Yeah, it would have been on Hikaru's side to prove that, wow, how does he justify his choice? But after the move a4, Hikaru did nothing else than to play very natural, simple, good moves, which are so much in the spirit of the position, and also jumping on the first possibility with knight g4. I almost have the feeling that Arjun's chances of qualifying for the candidates have simply vanished after this opening.
Completely agree.
So that gives us the chance. Let's take a look at Vidit, because we are talking about endgame, it's slow and so on, but not seeing that there is a chance that, for example, Hikaru's game might be very quiet and could be potentially drawn. Andrei Esipenko solving his problem with the black pieces against Anish Giri, that's what we believe because of beautiful preparation. That game most likely will also end in a draw, and then the Vidit game against Alexander Praggnanandhaa will be of crucial impact on everything.
Yeah, so that decision by Vidit to opt for a very quiet Queen's Gambit accepted endgame, was it influenced by Praggnanandhaa's stylistic tendencies? Praggnanandhaa is an extremely sharp player. He won e4 with white, Sicilian. He loves, essentially hand-to-hand combat. And he displayed that yesterday against Yuri Kuzubov. He had the better nerves. It was a topsy-turvy affair, but ultimately, Alexander had the last laugh. Here, we have a very... I don't know how to describe this position. It seems very symmetrical, but there are a couple of important differences. Of course, the king position, white has castled kingside, and the king is safely tucked away, by the fireplace. Black's king on e7 is safe, but in some situations could get caught in the crossfire. I also really like the way that Vidit has put his bishop on c3. I think that was his last move, bishop d2 to c3, getting it to the long diagonal. Okay, the move knight e4 will drop a pawn on g7, and the bishop will evacuate maybe via h6 and f4. So, I don't know. Rook ac8, rook hd8. How is Praggnanandhaa going to follow up here? And is there a realistic chance of hoping for a slight advantage for Vidit?
Yes, that was the reason why I highlighted this knight b3 versus the c6 knight and bishop d7. But it's kind of a common knowledge in these structures that the knight is somewhat misplaced on c6. It does not enable black to activate his light squared bishop. The knight from b3 is trying to get into a5 or c5. That's why black has to keep an eye on that scenario. And this is what happened here. Let's just very quickly go back and appreciate the moves, because they seems to be slow moves but actually make a lot of sense. Knight b2, trying to activate that knight, hitting that bishop with a tempo. Bishop d7, so black does not commit his knight yet. He's hoping that he will be able to develop the bishop first, but Vidit forces him with knight b3, bishop b6. Yeah, the bishop is taking care of the two very important squares a5 and c5, but Vidit increases the pressure with bishop d2. Now he's trying to give bishop b4 check, just as you highlighted that black king in the center is feeling slightly uncomfortable despite it being an endgame, because it's not yet an endgame. It's called queenless middle game, because all the other pieces are still on the board. So bishop b4 check, and eventually also knight a5, targeting that pawn on b7 is very unpleasant. That's why black was forced to put the knight on c6, which he does not want, but it did stop both of white's threats, bishop b4 and knight a5. And now Vidit says, yes, okay, you have covered those problems, but your knight is misplaced, and I'm gonna slowly build up some pressure. Bishop c3, we're expecting some rook d1, rook a c1. After somewhere some knight fd2, knight c4 could happen. This is very much the Kramnik spirit that we talked about.
Yeah, and amazingly, we're still in explored territory. You know, it's like when you go cave exploring and you reach the deepest and darkest corner and you think you're Ferdinand Magellan, and then you see, you know, Bob plus Stephanie were there 10 years ago. Boris Gelfand and Alexei Shirov were here 22 years ago in Monte Carlo. And then Zdenko Kozhul versus Veselin Topalov had this position also in 2001. Rook h to d8 is the most popular move. And I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with it. Someone in the chat was pointing out a very important maneuver. Knight f3 to d2. The d2 square is kind of like the Suez Canal of this position. Everything is going through the d2 square. The bishop, perhaps the king's knight. Yeah, knight fd2 is what Boris Gelfand played. I want to ask you about the Monte Carlo Amber tournament in a moment, but just to complete the thought, knight fd2, bishop e8 was played. Boris completed the maneuver, knight c4, bishop c7. All right, rook a c1. And looks very pleasant, but Shirov played this nice move g6 in order to set up the possibility of knight f6 to d5 or e4, and he actually won the game.
Wow. Okay, yeah, this is the Monaco tournament, the Melody Amber tournament, legendary tournament. It was a rapid and blindfold rapid. Very, very popular tournament. Tremendous organization by Mr. Van Osterum, sponsoring the event for more than 20 years. For every single player, it was a big privilege to be part of this event. Everything was taken care of the highest level, best hotels in Monaco, also special programs, just making sure that the players will play beautiful chess, at the same time have a wonderful time. I played there, I believe, 9 consecutive years. Brilliant memories.
Wow, incredible. And I was checking out the game, and at the end, white had rook, f-pawn, and h-pawn versus rook, and Gelfand simply blundered his rook, so he clearly forgot the position, which I'm sure was, I heard didn't happen often, but sometimes influenced the result of the blindfold portion of the Monaco games. But still, plenty of games in the database. Clearly, Predke is out of theory, trying to decide where to position his rooks. Rook h to g8 has also been played in order to, I think, immediately prepare the move knight to d5. But it also looks a little bit awkward to delegate, you know, your rook to this very menial task of just staring at the g7 pawn.
Yeah, but I also feel that it's absolutely justified that Predke is taking his time. Vidit is such a gifted player with these small advantages, and I don't know exactly if it's connected that he has worked with Anish Giri quite a lot, because Anish is also a big master. I believe that Vidit already had this gift, right? This special talent right from the beginning in his career. Yeah, everybody has this special kind of something, and he loves these small things. And Predke has to make sure not to let him employ the maneuver knight fd2, knight c4. I feel like if white is in time to get the knight to c4, it might get quite unpleasant in the long run for black. And Predke does correctly to take his time and make sure that he will be super precise in the next 1-2 moves.
Yeah, and another positive byproduct, if the knight moves away from f3, that square could be occupied by the bishop. So once the knight gets to c4, it can jump to a5. Then white's rooks could come to to d1 and to c1. I mean, definitely white's position is preferable here. There's no question about it. You know, if you ask 100 grandmasters, I think all 100 would choose white here.
For sure, yeah. As long as black does not prove clear equality, white will be very happy. So it's absolutely justified that Predke takes his time. I also believe that we have talked enough about this endgame. We have to see and wait how this progresses. What else do we have on the top boards? Fabiano against Vincent Keymer, what happened there? We were kind of puzzled which direction Fabi wants to take the game. And look at this, he did castle. And the computer says that white has a wonderful position, despite it's very hard to understand why exactly.
Yeah, I definitely want to delve into that. I will point out that Arjun has declined the end game and instead has opted for what seems to be a very unpleasant middle game. We can flip to that game really, really quickly just to update everybody. And I am getting the sense early on in this game that Arjun just hasn't woken up today. He's now down 48 minutes. We talked about this position. Hikaru is slightly better, and the greatest Kalashnikov in history is the gift that just keeps on giving.
Yes, it's a total dream. With all the pressure I'm highlighting with the arrows, I can't really make a single arrow in white's favor because it's not really obvious what white can achieve in this position. But black's ideas, black's initiative absolutely clear. Hitting the c2 pawn, the bishop from g5 targets the knight on e3. Black gonna castle, there will be pressure against the f2 pawn, c2 pawn. The two knights, yeah, let's just highlight the two knights are actually now fighting for absolutely nothing because that e6 pawn is beautifully covering the d5 square, the only weakness in the Sveshnikov. I don't really understand what Arjun has in mind. He's fighting for survival. He can't really be hoping for anything else than to somehow get away with this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Hikaru, he thrives in these critical moments. Arjun famously lost the last round of the Qatar Masters to Abdusattorov. That might be sitting on him a little bit and perhaps influencing his nerves in the negative direction. But again, it's too early to jump to any conclusions. White's position is still very, very solid, and we should wait for the middle game to unfold. But we can go back to the Fabiano game and see if Fabi's opening experiment has resulted in success. I think it definitely, at least according to the engine, it has. Yeah, he castled kingside. So despite pushing pawns on that side of the board, he castles to that very same side. And this is the current position.
Yeah, but exactly. I was highlighting that the computer somehow liked white. It's not that clear to me because, yeah, g4, bishop e4. So short castle happened. Black played the move king h8. That's the reason why the computer is slightly critical. The computer does not believe in this king h8 move. On the other hand, it's some kind of a prophylaxis. There should be some different scenarios where Vincent felt like maybe in the long run when he's trying to break up this pin, eventually somewhere the sacrifice on g5 was bothering him and then it was important to have the king on h8. I'm only speculating. I don't really see exactly how or why this could be an issue, but you never know. So king h8, e3, queen e7 happened. Black wants to stabilize the position, but black is also hinting at, you know what, I have the bishop on e4, so whenever that knight moves from f3, I will be able to trade the bishops, and you have these double pawns. So let's not get fooled by the computer evaluation that white is clearly better. Yes, maybe white is better if he is extremely smart and he plays like a computer, but in a human game, there is quite a lot to play for here.
My instinct is to play knight h4 and try to get this knight to f5. Very, directo. Yes. I'd like the vanilla ice cream, just kind of idea. But bishop takes g2. Yeah, king takes g2. I would not play the cute knight f5. I would reserve all of my possibilities. Queen e6 runs into d5. The threat is stronger than the execution. And the problem concretely for black h6 is very desirable because you're seemingly forcing white to give away the bishop. But no, knight f5. And black is in some trouble because now the bishop can drop back to h4 and white maintains, a vice-like grip on the king side.
Yes, also you don't have a good square. Basically, queen d8 is kind of obligatory, and then one really feels that this should end badly, the pin. Also, the king on h8 move does not really help at all solving the pin issues. So the big question after queen e7, knight h4, what is Vincent intending? Is there some argument that a move like h6 could be played? It's also very shaky. I don't like to rely on a move like this. Not at all, but probably we have to address it.
Yeah, tactically, I think it works out. Bishop takes f6, queen takes f6. Bishop takes e4, queen takes h4. Maybe, I don't know, queen f3 or king g2. And it feels like White's position is more pleasant. The bishop is really, really nice. White's got some light square control. But yeah, I mean, the c4 pawn is still a weakness. The knight is very shifty in these types of positions. And of course, White does still have these long-term weaknesses on the king side.
Yes, this is kind of more or less acceptable for black. Still, I agree with you that, yeah, based on the fact that the bishop on e4 is lovely, still black is the one who has to be careful. But after the move knight h4, h6, I was worried that maybe you can capture on e4. And h take g5, jump with the knight to f5. It's a tempo move. Again, we have the same problem that where do we put that queen?
Maybe.
Most probably. Yes,
maybe I was
where
thinking
you
queen,
want to put...
queen e6 to induce d5 and then drop back to c8, but probably I'm getting too cute.
Wow. Wow, is this possible? Yeah, queen e6, stepping into d5 and then queen to c8.
No, clearly not. Oh, dc and queen d5, maybe not.
Queen d5, yes, this, yes, looks...
No.
No, no. Okay, we wanted to highlight that this looks like a problem. Yes, it is a problem. Because knight takes d5, b takes c8, white wins material. So, what is happening after queen d5? Knight c5. Yeah, black can just play knight c5, protecting the pawn. Okay, yeah, that's very important. So this is not a double attack. However, there are also problems with black's king. So probably computer says that after knight e4, white can somehow maybe use the move knight e7 with c takes b7 idea. Somewhere also some mating net along the h file. You simply never know.
It feels extremely shaky. It feels extremely shaky. Yeah, so maybe instead of queen e6, I can go back to d8. But your point is well taken. I mean, there it feels like White's maintaining the pressure on the king side, and knight h4 is on the board.
Yeah, knight h4 on the board. Fabi is putting the pressure. And somehow all this bishop f5, bishop e4, it first looked like a good idea. But this king h8 queen is somehow, somewhere black lost the control. And white is very much getting his kind of ideas. So, okay, h6, bishop takes e4, hg, knight f5 was kind of agreed by the computer. Black might have to find a move like queen e8. I don't know, queen e8 is the move that I'm considering, with the idea of trying to go g6, kick that knight away as quickly as possible. Computer also does not like this move. Computer hates everything here, yeah?
Everything that's good, the computer hates. Bishop g2, g6, maybe knight g3. I mean, even this very primitive approach, I feel like with such a monster bishop, the possibility of rook to b1, harassing the b7 pawn, you could play on the king side eventually with f2, f4. Very fun position for Fabi.
Yeah, it's risky.
I was just flirting with knight a5, bishop takes b7, knight b7, queen f3, but completely unnecessary as usual. Yeah, but okay, just highlight. Cute.
It's just nice to highlight. Yeah, that there are all kinds of tactical possibilities. Yeah, so basically, Fabiano got a very nice opening. Vincent wanted to avoid the theoretical clash, but just Fabiano is so well prepared. Yeah, this is the point, that Vincent still needs to learn this highest level. Yeah, that just by stepping away from the seemingly preparation of the top guys might actually lead walking into it. Yeah, they just cover every single ground. So yes, Vincent's idea of trying to go for this sideline with bishop takes e3 might have backfired heavily. Okay, what else do we have? Of course, all eyes on the top 4 boards, right? Because the rest of the players probably playing very interesting chess, but they can't qualify anymore.
Yeah, that is why we have extended our focus to the players who have the most chances of punching their ticket to the candidates. And Hikaru Nakamura seems to be very well positioned thus far in this round. Back to the bird's eye view we go. Yeah, wow. Arjun bringing his queen out to g4, playing slowly, playing hesitantly, and already facing quite a bit of trouble.
Yes, but it was the only move. I was highlighting all these arrows that in long terms black is threatening with all these things, and I was trying to understand what was the reason why Arjun felt that he can go for it, and it was the move queen g4, because it poses some direct problems. Black has not yet castled. There's a direct set of queen takes e6 somewhere. Also, if black tries to protect that e6 pawn with the queen, then the queen might get overloaded because the queen has to keep an eye on the bishop on g5. Some queen e7 move might be met by some knight cd5. Beautiful tactic. Yeah, let's just show this, like queen e7, knight cd5, and all of a sudden, this queen is doing a brilliant job hitting at the rook on c8, hitting at the e6 pawn, hitting at the g5 bishop, and knight takes d5, knight takes d5 could get pretty messy, at least a lot to calculate.
Yeah, this might be why queen f6 is a better idea, because in the same position with the black queen on f6, you have this move queen f6 to g6. Very unpleasant. It also sets up bishop d2 check.
Yes.
And now it's white who's kind of overloaded with too many tasks on the to-do list. I mean, the c2 pawn is unprotected. The knight on d5 is unstable. No, yeah, so queen f6, white I don't think can play knight cd5. Queen f6, probably Arjun will castle and try to put a rook on d1. So
but okay, then black has stabilized, yeah?
Totally. Yeah, rook a d1, for instance.
Yeah, and okay, you can choose rook c6, for example. Yeah, by the way, you are not even starting to take on d6 because the rook on f1 is hanging after the trade on e3. So, well, it's clearly good for blacks. In fact, queen f6 then a key move. If Hikaru finds the move queen f6, yeah, it's on the board.
Yeah.
Played by Hikaru, it was also expected. Yeah, Hikaru is extremely sharp in all these tactics. And then Arjun is forced into a very unpleasant defense.
Yeah, this is kind of too easy for Hikaru. I mean, these types of issues he will resolve very quickly. And Arjun continues to pay the price for that early a4 move. That knight on b4 is as stable as they come, and it doesn't even need the protection of a pawn. It just cannot be attacked. That knight on b4 is, on an island, enjoying itself, and putting long-term pressure on the c2 pawn. So I think right now, if we took a snapshot of the round, Hikaru, I don't want to say he's got excellent winning chance. I mean, it's too early to say that, but he could not be happier with the outcome of the opening. And he is already, I think, very ambitiously motivated to play for a win. He is not at this point thinking, okay, let's continue to be solid. He is, I think, already thinking and looking for opportunities to keep expanding his advantage.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a wonderful scenario. You have all to play for. You are perfectly safe. You have the initiative. And white will be faced with a very ugly task of defending. And Hikaru also having the time advantage. Look at this almost 1 hour time advantage. The clock situation might come into play as well. It's only move 15. White's play isn't really obvious. This is a dream scenario. And Alireza, I feel like Alireza might be super happy because we know exactly that he's rooting for Hikaru to qualify directly from the candidate so that the chances of Firouzja qualifying through the rating spot will be alive and he will be the favorite to achieve that. And before going into the round, there were so many different scenarios. It was still too early to speculate. But right now, Hikaru's chances of directly making it from the candidates are just fantastic.
They are indeed. Great stuff from Nakamura in the final round. We are so used to seeing him perform in this kind of way. And in critical games, he seems to maintain complete ironclad composure online and over the board. And he seems to be doing that here. We've got some interesting action in Giri versus Esipenko. A couple moves have been played. So maybe we could update everybody on that end game before we go on our second break. And of course, we are also aware that there's a lot of intrigue in the women's section. So we praised Andrei Esipenko's opening preparation. After a pretty extensive think, Anish made the decision to push f3, which I think is a very nice multi-purpose move. You're opening up some loot for your king. You're restricting black's knight. I think this is a very high-quality move. And Andre responds with h5.
Yeah, after spending something like 20 minutes, yeah, it's interesting to highlight that Andre has slowed down. So clearly f3 was not the main move of the computer, but f3 made so much sense. We did mention that we are most worried of black going for knight d5. And here what f3 does will be visible, because after knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, it seems like now white is able to play the move bishop c4. No, apparently not, because of rook c8. Yes.
Wow.
Okay, I actually somehow I already saw it, and then I still kept on telling the same nonsense that I have already outcalculated. Yes, rook c8, rook takes c8, rook takes c8, bishop d5 runs into rook c1 check. Yes, that's a problem.
Lovely.
But this brings me to the question then: knight d5, bishop takes d5. Is white able just to lose a tempo? Or, yeah, maybe he just wants to play a3, and then after rook. No, but rook a8 takes king d2. Yeah, this would be then white's idea. King d2, and we see beautiful prophylactic move f3. White will be able to develop the bishop without have to worry about the hanging pawn on g2. And if white completes development and the queenside pawns are on the board, white has very serious realistic winning chances here. And that's why Andre has played the move h5, passing the ball back into white's court. He makes sure that the back rank issue will be solved, and he will be able to go for tactical lines. Very high quality stuff.
And of course, you have to keep asking the question, what happens if rook takes b7 is played? I mean, every pawn move changes the position slightly. I mean, knight d5 is kind of the default, but things kind of get sharp here.
Wow. Okay, the computer says knight d5 is not the move, but if knight d5 is not the move, then what exactly is the move? Even sacrificing some more pawns with rook a8 followed by knight d5, is that an option?
Wow.
It's little bit already feeling like it might be too much. You might just develop the bishop to a6. I'm worried of this.
Yeah, I mean, we might run out of quarters to put into the slot machine. But if it's not knight d5, not so easy to find a move intuitively here.
No.
I mean, maybe some sort of slow move, but white is only like bishop e2, castles is coming. White is consolidating. I don't know.
Yeah, kind of very funny. We are praising Andre that he has some brilliant preparation. Yeah, it does feel like with a supercomputer you can most probably finalize this variation, but if he has to make a couple of moves on his own, then it might be very tricky. And Anish with his f3 move has created good practical chances that this game is not over yet. It's very
and
interesting.
Robert, Mr. Hess in the chat points out something very important. Knight d5, there is very nasty tactical resource f5. You know, why does white have the extra pawn? Well, of course, to give it away at the right moment. This loosens black's control over the d5 knight. So bishop takes f5, bishop c4, I think. And suddenly, black is at risk of losing f7 with check, so maybe bishop e6. But at the very least, white can, you know, snap everything off on d5 and castle kingside. And this is exactly what you don't want with black. It's this long-term position down a pawn where your compensation evaporates and you have to essentially grovel for the draw.
Yes, I was even not forced to take on d5. Yeah, we just wanted to highlight, because here maybe black can sacrifice the pawn and be very active. On the other hand, okay, nothing forced me to capture on d5. I also had rook b5 idea, hitting at the h5 pawn. The knight on c6 is doing extremely good job of covering things. So okay, this is now much more complicated than 2 moves ago.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what we're used to from Anish Giri. He's not just going to, you know, stand near the audience and applaud Andre's preparation. He's going to try to poke holes at it. But rook takes b7 is very committal and has to be extensively calculated. So a little bit of spice in this endgame. Yeah, the openings so far have been fairly docile, it seems.
Yeah, some crazy developments, yeah, because there is no stability. Hikaru is having already the upper hand with the black pieces. Vincent is in some kind of a trouble against Fabiano Caruana. Yes, the game between Vidit and Pretka is a slow affair, but this one is wild. I'm now wondering then after rook takes b7, what? Is something like rook d4 just an empty kind of move? Because rook d4's idea is definitely not taking the pawn on f4. It might be just doubling the rooks, making sure that white is unable to develop the bishop to c4. But it's just some speculation because I don't really understand. I also see some ideas like rook d4 followed by a5 and eventually going rook b4. That would be a beautiful construction how black could try to target the b2 pawn because white can't really afford himself to allow a takes b4 after rook trade on b4. So yes, but this is all very mysterious and very complicated.
Yeah, and rook d4 feels like, even white could play bishop b2. And with the extra queenside pawn in his pocket, white could essentially stop caring about the f4 pawn and instead focus on his kingside development. So, yeah, h5, very fancy, but Andre still has to kind of walk the walk here.
Yeah, for sure. Wow. Okay, but this is great news for us because some more tension. We love tension, and I think also the players are very happy in the playing hall. The fans all around the world that okay, we got a game. This is not so easy. Like Andre can get away with just blitzing out his preparation and making a very easy draw. No, h5 was already played after 20 minutes of thinking, and we have already covered some ground here that things are very far from being clear.
Yesterday's round resembled kind of a 1950s Western with, Clint Eastwood running out in the first 5 minutes and, with his gun cocked. But today is, more like a 3-hour Martin Scorsese film. The players taking their time. The action is heating up slowly. It's more of a slow burn, but I'm sure that we will get handsomely rewarded in about an hour. You can already tell that some of the games are starting to heat up as they enter the middle game. But very, very positional. A lot of players choosing a more strategical type of opening. Fabiano, Vidit going for an endgame, but that does not mean the games are not going to be exciting.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. This endgame is extremely exciting. Yeah, black has sacrificed the pawn. Black is relying on some direct play of liquidation, but then after f3, suddenly all these mysterious, very deep finesses after h5 come to life. There is so much tension here. It's an endgame. If black is not proving himself in the next couple of moves, he will simply end up being pawned down for nothing. And then if we start to talk about is it enough for white to convert or not, that's a completely different question. So yeah, Andre has to make sure that in the next couple of moves he clarifies the situation.
Big moments on the top 3 boards. Big moments all around the tournament as the players fight for the 2 candidate spots. And a good time for us to take our second break of the day. Lots of action to cover in both sections, and we will continue doing that. You're watching the final round, the decisive final round of the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. We'll be back with more exciting action on the other side of this break.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
Chess again? No, this is spell chess.
Do I dare read the instructions, or should I go in without reading them?
I didn't read the rules. This man is just blundering. What?
Basically, it's normal chess, but
There are 2 spells, Jump and Freeze. The freeze is applied to a 3x3 area. Man, this game is hard. What?
Freeze here, knight check. Boom! That's mate. Oh, that's incredible stuff. Oh.
Freeze. Wait.
A jump spell, which allows you to jump over a piece, and I'm setting up a win. Oh!
Then black would just freeze me.
Then I make a double threat. You don't have any freezes left. So if here, this is too hard. Wait, once I get the hang of this, we're gonna be winning so many games though.
I can't block with any of those pieces, but I can use this, and then this.
Freeze this, and then go here. Yay, I won! Let's go!
He cannot take my bishop. He cannot take my bishop. It's a nice feeling when you start understanding the game and you win.
Oh, they resign! I'm not even lying. I think I'm one of the greatest spell chess players to ever play spell chess.
That was fun. I'm enjoying this.
Welcome back to the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. GM Peter Lecco and GM Daniel Naroditsky broadcasting the final round that will determine which two players in the Open and the Women's section make their way to the Candidates Tournament. Let's take a look at the action in the Women's section where Vaishali is having the tournament of her life. She leads Anna Muzichuk by half a point. She is the only player with 8 points out of 10, and she has the black pieces against Munguntul. And we have a very double-edged endgame, Peter.
Yeah, double edged, but actually black has not sacrificed anything for it. And in this regard, I believe like black is just simply better. Normally, you sacrifice something to get this center, and look at this. Black's pieces are beautifully coordinated. Yes, white's only idea is somehow that against a move like rook g8 to cement that bishop with h4, just to get something, at least the g5 square. But I feel like this opening has certainly been a very big success for Vaishali.
Absolutely. This looks incredibly exciting. And like you said, you've gotten this for free. No payment needed. You've got the very healthy center, e5. The pieces are breathing. And it feels very unappetizing because black's play is so straightforward. I mean, even in a blitz game, this would be quite easy to handle. Rook g8, e5. A lot of apples to be picked from the tree.
Yes, I'm even trying to understand. How did we reach here? It's only move 18. It was a Rui Lopez. Yeah, it was a Rui Lopez. So how could... I have never seen anything similar. It looked like it had to be some French. I don't even know what could it be. It was a D3 Spanish. How on earth did we get this? Bishop d7, castles. Wow, okay. So Vaishali is actually going for this modern idea of the Italian with h6, g5, creating, and one has to admire, yes, that she has this tournament situation. Yes, she already qualified for the candidates, but certainly she already wants to win the event after this brilliant performance, and she's willing to take immense risk even under these circumstances. So d4, white is trying to play according to the golden rules of chess. Any flank attack should be countered with a strike in the center. But things are heating up. g4, black hits the knight immediately. And after the move knight h4, black opted for knight takes e4, the typical tactic. Whenever this g4, knight h4 construction happens and queen is eyeing the h4 pawn, h4 knight, you have to watch out for this knight sacrifice hitting the pawn on e4. Maybe Munguntul has missed something or she misjudged it. We don't know exactly. Queen takes h4, d takes e5, certainly a mistake because long castles. Yeah, it's just lovely. Black is completing development, and take a look at white's queen side. White hasn't developed anything yet. Things are spicing up, and she pulled the emergency brake by going e6. It's not the desired move, but she already finds nothing better than to go for a slightly unpleasant endgame. After e6 takes, h5, rook e4, d5, rook e1, bishop d6, and that's how we reach the current situation.
Wow. And of course, Vaishali has extra motivation to win this game. 2498 is her live rating. So on her path to Grandmaster title, she needs to check off that box, and a win in this round would give her that necessary push. She wouldn't have to worry about her rating requirement. Not that it's, even in the conversation, it's just a matter of time before the requirements are fulfilled. But still, it would be a very, very nice bonus to an incredibly memorable tournament. So knight d2, I think, is likely. I mean, white has to complete her development. This has been the problem for white, is just that the queen side has been so underdeveloped. And yeah, I mean, e5, very unpleasant.
Yes, e5. Is there somewhere some way of maybe meeting e5 with c4, a timely c4, trying to fight for the e4 square? But I'm afraid that because of the ugly placement of the bishop on a4, there might be some tactical issues. And she's taking her time. Certainly gives the feeling that she is not sure at all what to do. Another question, that if you play knight d2, is black actually maybe threatening to play h4? Making sure that you won't be able to cement the bishop. Yeah, knight f3 can be met by h3, undermining the knight on f3 as well.
Very nice move. I would be terrified to play bishop takes c6 here, just because it gives black the bishop pair, and the bishop on c6 will stare at the pawn on g2. So pawn grabbing, I think this is neither the time nor the place for it. If you're Bad Huyag, you need to prioritize your development. Yeah, h4 is a lovely prophylactic move. And Vaishali can operate in the center and on the king side.
Yeah, the drawback of h4 from white side is that it's little too early. Yeah, black has not even lost the tempo with rook g8 in order to try to dislocate that bishop. There might even be some tactical ideas. The pawn on h4 might be weak after some bishop trade with bishop f4. Of course, that one has to calculate very carefully, because you don't want to trade some pieces that can eventually lead to some strategical danger. But just in case, white has to keep an eye on without developing the knight going for any kind of action like h4 on the king side. I believe we have to conclude that yes, black is very happy, black has the upper hand, and white is the one who needs to fight for her life, basically. Also, just one other idea, knight d2, there is also knight e5 with something like a bishop d7, king takes d7, and that knight is threatening to head towards this d3 square. So many lovely ideas for black, and white is on the defensive.
Yeah, just an amazing wealth of options for Vaishali. And an interesting decision made on board 5. Robert pointing this out in the chat. Leia Garifulina, who had 7 points and was in clear third place after, or excuse me, tied with Munguntul for third place. She has decided to force a draw. This is a very well-known repetition in the same opening that we see in Arjun Erigaisi's game, but deciding to force a draw. So maybe some deep calculations made by Garifulina to maximize her chances of qualifying.
She has a great tiebreak. Yeah, this I checked out, that she has the best rating average among all the players, but she has to count on so many results going her way in order to get into a tie. Yeah? If anyone with the 6.5 points branch wins a game, then her chances are eliminated. Yeah, so it's a little premature. I don't like this approach, because you have to fight for your chances. Just giving up like this, but maybe I'm not sure that this is, because the famous draw is different. The famous draw is like knight f6, bishop g5. Let me remember, because I'm not. Yes, b5, and after knight d5, there is this famous kind of prearranged stuff with queen a5 check, bishop d2, queen d8. The reason why I'm saying that it's need to be prearranged, because according to the current state of affairs, this is quite a bad line for black. But here we have seen at least 1,000 games ending in repetition. But I don't really recall it from the bishop e6 move order. The very same line that Hikaru has played, knight d5. Why people not play the most? Knight c4, knight f6, bishop g5. Okay, that's the normal way. Or also another normal way is just to play the move knight e3 and then play with g3, bishop g2. You can always do this, and you get to play. You don't have to worry about any theory that you have to know everything in and out. The via players doing like this, but okay, they are probably simply surprised, and they're also very tired, and somehow the brain does not work normally.
And I need to make a correction. Leia had 6.5 points before this round. The 7 refers to her total score after this draw is made, which reduces her chances even further. It makes this decision even more puzzling. A win was the only chance that she had to make her way to the candidates. Now, it's exceedingly unlikely that with 7 points, she is going to access one of those top 2 spots. But it is what it is. Leia deciding on a quick draw, maybe fatigue, wanting to secure the cash prize, again, wanting to secure the rating. There's a lot of ancillary considerations. It's not just the candidate spot that these players are thinking about. There's a lot of other things at play as well. So a couple of quick draws in the women's section. Sophie Millier, Valentina Gunina drawing. They're obviously out of the equation as far as the top 2 spots go. All right, so Vaishali has a great position. It seems like we're pretty much clear on where the women's section stands, Peter, unless there's any other games that you wanted to spotlight before we travel back to the open section. But we'll keep an eye on Vaishali's game.
Yes, certainly she has the upper hand. Actually, Garifulina is rooting for Vaishali. Yeah? It's clear that Vaishali is already then winning the tournament. She has already qualified for the candidates. It's very good for all the other concurrents if she keeps on winning. knocking out Munguntur, who played a brilliant tournament so far and has chances of qualifying. And there are so many scenarios. The Pia Kramling Anna Muziciuk game is a very big end game battle. It looks like nothing is happening, but I feel there is quite a lot of tension there. The pawn on e5 is slightly weak. White is relying on the spin against the bishop on b7. A lot of tactical possibilities. These are possible. I wouldn't be thinking that this is gonna be a very easy draw. No, it's gonna be a very hard fought game. And
Definitely.
all eyes on Tan Zonji against Mamadzada, because if Tan Zonji wins her game, I believe, looking at the other results, she might have a chance of getting that candidate spot despite losing yesterday. So a lot of tension and a lot of excitement ahead.
Absolutely, and Tan Zhongyi is attacking with her H-pawn rumbling down the board. But I think chat wants to see Hikaru. We are here to make you happy. That is our primary goal. So let's travel back to the men's section. Here is the bird's eye view. And not too many changes in Erigaisi Nakamura. I mean, both sides have now castled. Arjun has dropped his queen back to e2 for defensive purposes. Anish Giri has helped himself to that delicious snack on b7, asking Andrei Esipenko the same question that we were asking in the analysis. What exactly, show me the money, Lebowski?
Yes, it's very intriguing, yeah, that and the scary thing for Esipenko and his fans is that he's thinking. We do see the evaluation bar suggesting apparently that there is a very sophisticated way of dealing with this problem, but we discussed it. It wasn't obvious. There are many traps, many force lines, and right now White is also 2 pawns up. Yeah, it's black can't really afford just making a move. He has to be super precise right here and right now.
Without question. And Andrei is going to continue going into the tank. I also like the way that Vidit is prosecuting the endgame. Predke decided on rook hg8, which we did mention in passing, but I feel like he's quite uncomfortable already, not getting the kind of position that he thrives in. And you called it, Vidit is a surgeon. He's so good at squeezing out the tiniest advantages, and I think a very astute opening choice to get Predke into this Queen's Gambit accepted endgame. But shall we take a closer look at the Hikaru game? There isn't that much tension on the board. Still looks very, very pleasant for Hikaru, but what is the extent of Black's advantage? Is it a very small advantage? Is it genuinely super unpleasant? Arjun down to 32 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most unpleasant things, among others, that his position is unpleasant. Yeah, that he's under pressure, but there is another pressure coming from the clock, and this combination is a little bit too much to handle, in my opinion. It's so easy from the black side. What happened here? Queen f6 played by Hikaru. Yeah, very nice move. Castles, Rook ad1. I also kind of like Hikaru's reaction of going back with the queen to e7, just not to do any fancy stuff. It's a very natural move, making sure that the rook is the one attacking the pawn on f2. And White has also retreated his queen to e2 for stabilizing purposes. Yeah, keeping an eye on the c2 pawn, keeping the knight on e3 protected. Good news for Arjun is that it's very difficult for Black to break this position. On the other hand, we know that he can only qualify for the candidates if he wins this game, and he's on the defensive, he's low on the clock. Hikaru is the one putting the pressure. It's just a dream to be Black here.
Yeah, right now I think Arjun has different thoughts on his mind. He's just in survival mode, and Hikaru is trying to find a way to tighten the screws. What moves come to mind? I mean, rook c6 is kind of a multi-purpose move to reinforce the d6 pawn, maybe prepare, in some universe, an exchange sack on c3, although that doesn't seem likely to me. Any other improving moves that come to mind? I mean, I really wouldn't play bishop takes e3 here. At least that's not my instinct. I feel like it causes too many pieces to get traded. And yes, it damages White's pawn structure, but I think bishop takes e3 is too high of a positional price to pay for that.
Yes, the bishop is too nice on g5. The knight is not really doing much on e3. On the other hand, okay, one should at least mention a scenario that white could potentially, if white would get 3 moves, he would love to play knight g4, play g3, and play h4. And all of a sudden, black's bishop, which we are praising so much, would have some trouble, and then white typically improves the position with king g2. And yes, black shouldn't have any problems, but white is making some progress. And having this in mind, then already it's not completely out of this world that black eventually captures on e3, making sure that white is forced to capture with the pawn, and then rely on the fact that he has this knight on b4 against knight on c3, and there is something to play for. On the other hand, Hikaru wants more than this. But we also have seen it already during the tournament that sometimes by wanting too much, you give chances for your opponent. Yeah, this is a very double-edged kind of situation, a tough choice for Hikaru now.
I'm also partial to knight c6. I mean, we've, as much as we've praised the knight on b4, maybe it's time to, to move to a different post. Because if the knight gets to d4, it's almost as safe as it is on b4. I mean, potentially white can push the pawn up to c3, but that would require moving the knight away from c3. There's not too many good squares. So maybe another candidate move to think about, knight c6, knight c4.
Wow, but before you mentioned it, I did not even have it on my radar. Yeah, we were just praising the knight too much, sitting on b4. On the other hand, you have to be open-minded. Yeah, you have to think like, all right, okay, if I want something from the position, can I try it? At least you have to consider it. Yeah, if after you don't like to regroup the knight to d4, it's already your decision, but you should be spotting knight c6, knight d4. Very good call.
Yeah, looks like one of several easy ways that black can improve his position. Finally, Hikaru kind of settles down. He had close to his original time for a while. Now he's been taking just about 10 minutes on this move, and it's an important moment. He has to decide, okay, how am I going to continue challenging white? He doesn't have forever. You pointed out that white has this idea of going knight g4 and g3. So it's not like Hikaru just has carte blanche and he can do whatever he wants. White will eventually get moving.
Exactly, yeah, that's okay. One could argue that whenever white does that, then maybe the idea of knight c6, knight d4 will be even more powerful because white has weakened some squares on the king side. But the question is, what is black's next move? And the reason why I don't believe that Hikaru will opt for rook c6, because he has played the move queen e7. He removed his queen from f6, protecting the d6 pawn. He simply felt like rook c6 isn't the right way to go. The knight on c3 is blocking the c file anyway. I might want to double on the f file. He might have already foreseen the idea that eventually somewhere keeping that c6 square for his knight, rerouting it to d4 could be important. The move queen e7 to my eyes actually signals that it's a very classy high-level move, keeping all the options open.
Agreed. So queen e2 on the board, Hikaru's turn. Great position, great opening preparation throughout the tournament, but particularly in the last 2 rounds. Hikaru getting just, the greatest positions ever achieved out of the 4-knight Scotch and now out of a Kalashnikov. And, okay, so this puts more pressure on Vidit, who I'm sure is aware that Hikaru has an advantage. But I like the direction that Vidit's game is going. Maybe we can check out the last few moves.
Yeah, let's check it out. Wow, g5. Okay, it shows that Alexander Pletka feels that if he just stays passive, it might be unpleasant, and it's true to his style, to creating counter chances. He's a very enterprising player who likes double-edged positions, and he wants to spice things up. g5. Let's just highlight what happened here after rook a g8. Seemingly the move rook a g8 aimed at protecting the pawn on g7, and black was setting up the idea of going knight d5. Then one could argue, why haven't knight d5 been played after rook fd1? And I was already looking at this position earlier, and I felt like this is a typical idea. If you play rook fd1, you make sure that after knight d5, you are able to retreat the bishop to e1. This is kind of the typical setup, seemingly slightly passive, but it's a very harmonious setup. White still has the idea of going rook a c1, followed by knight c5. And if you could trade that knight for the dark square bishop, that would be a fantastic kind of achievement. So Predke said, no, okay, thank you very much. You are inviting me. Let me play rook a8, which is somewhat puzzling, but it fits together with rook a8, rook ac1, another useful move. Now again, knight d5 would be clearly met by bishop e1, saying thank you very much, knight c5 coming with advantage, and then Predke already having said a with rook a8 and b with rook a d8, he has to say c by pushing his g pawn forward.
Yeah, well said. And I'll shout out Robert in the chat, who pointed out that it seems that Vidit's decision to play kind of safely for a win is very justified in the context of Anisha's position against Andre, where Andre actually might be in a bit of trouble and is struggling to find the compensation now for the 2 pawns that he's given up. So definitely Vidit has to be happy with the current state of affairs, but he has to find ways to keep pushing. Okay, so knight fd2, I guess will be met with knight d5, and the bishop is kind of out of oxygen. So white needs some sort of a crafty, flexible move, maybe to not commit entirely his intentions, but also to improve his position.
Yes, and that's why g5 was such a good practical choice. Now the big question is, can white anyway retreat the bishop to e1? Yeah, it might look counterproductive that why is white playing so solidly, but I do believe that the move bishop e1 could be justified with the idea of knight fd2, knight c4. Now we are setting up this idea again. We're also hinting at knight c5, but Vidit played something else, and it might be a very concrete direct move, knight fd4. So he does not even wait for g4. He goes for direct action immediately.
Yeah, and he's trying to soften up the b4 square. This is an important feature of this position. That, in fact, knight takes d4 likely will be met with the intermezzo bishop b4 check, sending the king back to a rather awkward square on e8. I think this is probably to be avoided. It's not the end of the world, but very unpleasant practically here. The black king is kind of caught in the crossfire. This is exactly what Vidit wants. So could Predke play the immediate knight d5 in this position? Then, okay, so
Allowing
let's say knight d5.
Allowing some knight f5 checks. Yeah, that's also kind of scary, but maybe you can, because e takes f5, rook d5, bishop e6 gives you some luft. Yes, that's the justification. So e takes f5, rook takes d5 seemingly looks like a wonderful trade for white. Black has weak pawns, but suddenly bishop e6 beautifully harmonizes black's position. First of all, forces white to retreat to d1, which is sad, or to take on d8, which is also giving black a very easy play. This is not a good trade.
No, this feels like black has solved all of his problems. Maybe your move, bishop e1, can be considered after knight d5. But
yeah, it's kind of the natural move, or somewhere also now, because things are heating up, maybe knight c6, bishop c6, bishop d4 should be also considered, because somewhere bishop takes a6 tactics might be in the air. On the other hand, normally trading pieces like this is slightly premature. I'm not such a big fan, for example, but it's concrete. It's not so simple.
Also, bishop a5 is a different version of the same idea, setting up some cheapos with rook takes d5. Maybe not so easy to find a response, although rook d6, I'm thinking, might, try to solve tick all of the boxes with one move. But then e4, I mean, you have to already start calculating the tactics.
Yes, also some bishop b6, knight b6, knight a5, a typical idea of touching that bishop. No, this is quite unpleasant. The only point is that you have to slow down and you have to be super precise. You have to be calculating so much. Seemingly it's an easy position. There is not much going on, but exactly in this type of positions you have to be super precise. Just one small inaccuracy can actually give away the advantage or the hope of getting an advantage. And the super delicate, very precise sequence of moves can yield seemingly almost no advantage, but practically it can make such a big difference.
And the evaluation is so misleading. The computer is showing 0.0, but the reality is that one inaccuracy in black's queenside can collapse. If a white knight lands on a5, like in the line we just displayed, I mean, you could be facing a potentially losing endgame. There's a lot more to this than meets the eye, a lot more venom than meets the eye. And again, maybe the position is equal if black plays only moves, but there's nobody in their right mind that would want to sit in front of the black pieces in this endgame.
Yes, and when there is so much at stake, then also building up a pressure like this, like Vidit is doing, actually it's easier. Yeah, because he knows exactly that, okay, in the worst case scenario, it will be a draw. But from the black side, if you know that just one mistake, one inaccuracy can lead to some very unpleasant position, and that can knows exactly that Vidit is a type of guy who loves this type of struggle. He loves to torture his opponent, and he's always gonna find the way to pose some questions.
An amazing storyline. Vidit lost the first round with white to Erwin Lamy.
No,
sorry, with black. With black.
Pardon
With black.
me. Yes, with black.
Which
yes.
makes it even more frustrating because he was winning in one move in the time scramble phase. He botched it. He overpressed and lost. And showing ultimate professionalism to climb all the way back, now fighting for a candidate spot and doing an amazing job of generating practical chances in this final game against Predke. Good stuff from Vidit. He's got good chances.
Yes, he got good chances, and that was also the reason why it was so heartbreaking seeing him lose that first game against Erwin Lamy. I simply felt like he's in such a great shape. He came to the Grand Swiss very motivated. Yes, I'm ready. This is my chance. And then suddenly that first game seemed to have destroyed all his hopes. And then fighting back and showing this incredible performance ever since he won 6 games. Yeah, he's on +5 after losing that first game. It's a fantastic run, and he definitely wants to keep on rolling.
No question about it. Alexander Predke continues to ponder a difficult situation, which gives us an opportunity to, there's the critical position in Giri versus Esipenko. Andre has been thinking for 28 minutes. Maybe time to go see an opera if you're Anish Giri. Go grab some lunch. And these 28 minutes have been very, very well spent. This is a critical moment. 2 pawns down and one more inaccuracy. If Anish Giri consolidates, that might be that.
Yes, there is so much at stake. Basically, this next move might determine the outcome, the final outcome of this game, and also the candidates. I feel like we can't even be moving anywhere else. All eyes here on Andre. We do see that the evolution bar means that with some brilliant play, black is able to make a draw. But it's clearly Andre is not prepared. He's out of book by now. He has spent kind of almost 1 hour for the last 2-3 moves. And we were speculating when Andre has blitzed out his moves that this is super preparation. If you ask Anish Giri at that moment, what do you think about it? He says, no, this is very unlucky. I should have played something else. I run into prep. It's going to be a draw. He will just blitz out all the supercomputer moves. If you ask Anish right now, he will be extremely happy because he knows exactly that he's actually playing Andre Esipenko, not a supercomputer. And justifying this 2-pawn sacrifice without computer precision will be extremely difficult, if not impossible.
We spotlighted knight d5 f5. Very unpleasant. I have a feeling that maybe we should revisit rook a c8. What if you try to fight fire with fire and say, if I'm already giving up b7, having said a, or having, I should say having said b, you have to say a because he gave up the b pawn. Now maybe time to give up the a pawn and go for the knight d5. But you seem inclined maybe not to take the pawn immediately.
Yes, because I think I mentioned at some moment that maybe I should play the move rook a8, and then I got discouraged that what happens if white simply develops the bishop? He's only 1 move away from short castling. The pawn is still hanging on a7, so I'm waiting for black to make a move.
Knight d5?
And knight d5, so you just don't care.
That's right.
You literally don't care, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That makes a lot of sense, because you are targeting the back rank. And I was counting that maybe now I could take on a7 with the tempo.
Yeah. Oh my
Hitting the
god.
rook.
There are already some crazy tactics that I'm trying to wrap my head around.
Wow, you
Wait
want
a
to
minute.
sacrifice on c3?
Well, I was thinking knight takes c3, bishop takes c8, but that I think but that works out in white's favor. Yep, that because
Yes.
rook d1 checking f2, very important, beautiful detail. Rook takes h1. Now, not bishop takes c6, knight d1 check. Nope, but
Yes.
bc. Tranquilo, bishop c8, rook a8. Rest in peace.
Exactly. Yes.
But
yeah.
yeah, go ahead. But there are some incredible tactics instead of knight takes c3. Of course, I understand this is not, a bullet game. But for example, let me try to make this work. I was even thinking some like knight takes f4 related moves with some attack against white's king. For example, knight f4, bishop takes c8, knight takes g2. Just to show, I know this is terrible, but knight takes g2, king f2, rook d2, king g3, h4 mate would be very nice. Unfortunately, there's about 17 wins that white has along the way, including knight to e2. But just, I'm
Yes.
trying to give people a flavor of what I'm trying to calculate. I know people in the chat can often say, oh, this is terrible, but this is actually how you find creative resources.
Yes, of course. No, we have to highlight these things. But yeah, basically this was the point, that my feeling was that yes, I would, if knight d5 does not work because of f5, then clearly I would like to develop my rook to see it, but this bishop a6 move disturbed me. By the way, bishop a6 might even not be so important, because if after rook takes a7 anyway your move is knight d5, then bishop a6 leads to the same position. So no matter from which angle we are looking at this position, this might be the critical position. We see that the computer thinks that black can neutralize it, and I can imagine myself or any other strong grandmaster sitting in front of his computer, letting the super engine run, and then you just click on spacebar that, of course, of course, this, it's 0, 0, 0, 10, yeah, it will be draw. And then you remove that supercomputer, and we are not idiots. We are quite good players, and we are struggling to find or to understand what's in store for us here.
What if we take the primitive approach and just go rook c5, for instance?
Wow. Okay, primitive approach. You are 3 pawns down and you do nothing. Yeah, you just make sure that you will be able to destroy my pawn structure, and wow.
Yeah. Nero
It's
fiddles
brilliant.
while Rome burns. But the problem is knight takes d5, rook c1 check is the tactical justification. And if white castles, then we start collecting the harvest on the queen side. Here, I think knight c3, bc, and white's just not going to be able to negotiate the two tasks of keeping a2 protected and also preventing black from doubling on the second rank. Rook takes c3, and Giri ultimately might pay the price for pushing f3. Rook c2, rook dd2, huge threat.
Yes, I was already in my mind thinking before that, can I somehow, push a4, then against some rook c2 or rook d2, play rook f2 against check, get the bishop to f1, but that's so scary. Then black doubles on the first rank and eventually sets up a bishop c4 threat and might win the game. Just to highlight what I'm talking about here, something like a4, black plays the move rook d2, rook f2. For example, yeah, rook d2 was clearly a mistake. I'm just now illustrating that rook f2, for example, is met by rook c1 check, and bishop f1 would be a very bad idea, because bishop c4 probably wins the game on the spot. Rook c7, rook takes f2, finishing it off.
Exactly.
So yeah, just to highlight, all the tactical possibilities. Andre is taking his time. He still hasn't made up his mind despite spending almost 40 minutes.
Yeah, incredibly long think. And now we see just a taste of what he is up against, the extent of the complications, because you have to not only identify the move rook ac8, which is extremely scary to give up a third pawn, but also to navigate your way through the complications. I mean, the move rook c5, it's very easy because we excluded knight takes c3, but to find this move from a distance is even harder than finding it when you're looking at the position. It's already hard. So there's an added layer of difficulty for Andre.
Yes. For example, if you would know or you would remember that computer said that, rook c8 is possible, it's the right move, it's the only move, and then knight d5 and somewhere rook c5 was the key move, then it would be so easy to make up your mind because then you can reconstruct. But if you don't know exactly that these moves were the key moves, and Andre has played the move Rook D4. He has played the move. I was mentioning that if I don't know what to do, then I'm somehow tempted of not go pawn hunting with Rook takes F4, but trying to play this A5 Rook B4 idea. However, according to computer, this is a big mistake.
It doesn't add up in my mind. Bishop E2, what is he just acquiescing to a pawn down struggle for the rest of the game? In A5, I can play maybe A3 to cover the business square on B4 and, you know, enjoy your life if you're white.
Yeah. Yeah, wow. And this is actually the storyline, yeah, that it's so dangerous to follow the computer advice. Yeah, because the reason we speculated that why this theory or this whole idea was not yet published or played, because it's a very deep concept. And you just cannot justify it if you don't have all these super engines playing on 3,500 plus level. And if you don't know all the details, and Anish managed to come up, so we have to give some incredible credit. After knight f6, the move f3, the sense of feeling the essence of the position that with f3, I'm not risking anything. It might not be the top choice of the computer. It's the move that my opponent might not have analyzed in depth with the super engine, is showing this incredible skill of Anish Giri, yeah, who is a super player, who is a top 10 player in the world for already like 10 years. And he just senses all these moments. And then now with Rook D4, he gets a chance. Now the big question is, will he be able to capitalize on it? But this is a golden opportunity to ruin Andre's tournament.
Yeah, incredible. This is elite chess in a nutshell. People are very fascinated by what make people like Anish Giri the top in the world. And there you have it. It's obviously the fundamentals and the calculation and the preparation and the professional qualities. But there's also this, you know, je ne sais quoi, more subtle quality, like a fine chef that knows exactly where to put that last piece of broccoli to make the meal taste all that much better. You know, moves like F3 are extremely difficult to train. They are the product of decades at the highest level, developing such a fine intuition for how to cause practical problems. And that's what separates players like Anish. It's just not a coincidence that he's as good as he is.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, he's just such a fine player with all these incredible depths. Sometimes knowing too much and having all these skills plays against you, yeah, because you want to be an absolute perfectionist, and it's very difficult to play a perfect game in modern chess. But here we see exactly that this fantastic sense of for finesses is helping him, putting Andre under ultimate test. And with Rook D4, seemingly he has made a mistake. And you are just saying that you just ignore Bishop E2. Clearly we don't want to take. Let's just highlight that Rook takes F4 is premature. Then White just castles. White is the pawn up and slowly will convert. By the way, he didn't even commit any crime. He has a wonderful Rook on B7, targeting the A7 pawn plus protecting the B2 pawn. His pawn on F3 is brilliant. There is no issue with the king. White is ready to play Rook D1. It's a technical winning position. So it's all about somehow trying to get active. So is the move Knight D5 still a possibility? Let us address this move for a second. Can I try to do this?
Okay. Let's take on D5.
Yes,
Bishop D5.
takes. Yes, and Rook D7, I'm going to play Rook E8. At least that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, that's a little bit annoying. King F2, Rook D2. But then, wait a moment. Can I play maybe Rook E7 here? Nah, but then Bishop takes A2. It feels like maybe Black has good practical chances. Yeah. No, I apologize.
Yeah,
Rook D7 is the critical move.
Yeah, but Rook D7, I play Rook E8, and I'm already fighting for advantage. I'm starting Rook takes E2, Cipollito, just highlighting.
Very nice.
Computer does not believe. Computer does not believe. Why? Don't tell me. I'm so happy. Why isn't this very
King
good for
F2?
Black? Wow, king f2 and
Oh,
rook takes
Chipolito.
e2.
Sorry, I blundered the
Yes.
Chipolito.
Exactly.
You told me this is how I want to kill you, and I still, I still walked
Yes.
into it.
Yeah, you are not used to warnings, right? It's yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me. In the old days, I heard that they used to say "garde" when they attacked, or "guard" when they attacked an opposing side's queen in the 17th century, because it was considered impolite to win a game through an opponent's queen blunder. So you would do your opponent the service of, warning him when he's about to get splattered. But okay, what is the move here?
But
E3.
this gives me the feeling you have to play b3, yeah, covering the c4 square, and maybe I can't do anything with this pin. Because this pin is driving me crazy. What a fascinating position.
Black has no improving moves. What is White's next move? Is it actually king f2?
Well, I can even crawl out like rook f1, rook f2 maybe. Yeah, if you can't do anything, then you never know. I should be very happy. By the way, Anish has already... Okay, just a sec. Anish has played the move bishop e2. And it's Andres' turn to decide. We might be seeing this knight d5 line, because from a practical point of view, this looks like the justification from black side, yeah, that you are creating some pressure on white before white completes the development.
Exactly. Yeah, very important to point out that rook takes f4 is just pure torture, so knight d5 is the only concrete attempt. And now how did we get the position in question? Knight d5, bishop d5, rook d7 pin, rook e8 pin. And now this incredibly calm, move b3. Just drinking some chamomile tea while the world burns around you, defending the c4 square. And, okay, let's say a5. I'm just curious, how are you going to crawl out of the situation along the e-file?
Yes. Okay, so now that I already covered this c4 square, then maybe I can try king f2, even though I'm a little bit scared. But okay, let's try it. King f2, rook d2, rook e1. And now we want king f1. And then we untie and slowly we should win. And the pin is still there.
Yeah, black runs out of fuel over the Atlantic.
Yeah, not a good scenario.
Okay. Not good for Andre.
Sure.
And this is calculatable. I mean, Anish, this is all very concrete. Boom, boom, boom. You take away the c4 square, and black runs out of resources.
Wow, yeah, it's so easy to fall for it. In the very last round, yeah, all eyes on Andre. He can easily fall into this incredible trap, because he's also assuming that, yeah, he might have reconstructed that maybe this was I know this, yeah, that sometimes when you don't exactly remember, you kind of try to make up scenarios that, of course, yeah, supercomputer is super deep, so it might be this, yeah, this is the reason why it's fine, and things like this. And exactly because of this, you are stepping into some trap. It's completely crazy.
Yeah, the worst is when you remember some vaguely, was it in this position that there was this move? And you try to fit the puzzle pieces together, and it's an incredibly, incredibly dangerous activity. And Andrei Esipenko has fallen on a landmine. Anish Giri with excellent winning chances. We will talk about the implications that an Anish victory might have on the tournament standings. We have Hikaru's game to get to. But first, time for us to get some more coffee. Before we do that, we hope you're enjoying our coverage of the final round of the FIDE Grand Swiss. But we wanted to remind you of an exciting event coming right up, the WSCC Women's Speed Chess Championship. Do not miss the final event of the 2023 Speed Chess season. It is the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship starting on November the 13th, a week from now, lasting until the 20th. 8 of the strongest women in speed chess will go head-to-head in Blitz and Bullet, each hoping to secure the winner's share of a cool 75 G's prize fund. Can Katerina Lagno defend her crown, or will challengers like Vaishali, super exciting, Alexander Kosteniuk, or of course 2022 runner-up Hu Yifan prove stronger this time around? Exclaim WSCC in the chat to find out more. November 13th start date. But for now, time for us to go on a short break. The FIDE Grand Swiss returns with more exciting action from the final round in a few minutes. Okay, time for some coffee.
That's
Not
pretty
easy.
tough for 10 seconds, yeah?
Yes.
White to play and draw.
Oh, but this I'm pretty sure I've seen. This looks so familiar.
So he has to go to either H2 or H3. I haven't been able to decide which one, but my
10
feeling.
seconds pass fast.
Yes. My feeling would be definitely not H2 because H2 then maybe E1 knight. That
Very
may be
nice.
a problem.
Yes.
So I have to go to H3.
H3, knight
And then
F4
knight
check.
F4, king H2,
Knight G4 check.
knight G4 check, then king H1,
Knight F2 check.
king H2,
E1 knight.
then knight F3, king G3.
Yes.
Very nice.
Very good.
I know this one. I'm just trying to remember it. So it's when the 3 knights get it. So king H3,
Knight F4.
knight F4, king H2,
Knight G4 check.
knight G4, king H1, knight
Knight
F2, king
F2.
H2, E1 knight, knight F3, knight F3, king G3.
Very nice. And now king E3 is a stalemate.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay, let's start with king H2. Kind of have to, I guess. Or I
King
can-
H2, I would probably go E1 knight.
Oh, is this king H3 and have E1 knight then knight F3?
Well, yes, but king H3, I will go knight F4.
Okay, now I have to go to H2.
Knight G4.
Okay, now I have to go to H1.
Knight F2.
Okay.
King H2. E1 knight.
And knight E2 it. Oh, knight F3, knight F3, king G3, king
Yeah.
G3 is stalemate.
Yeah. Knight F3, knight takes F3, king G3. Very nice.
I knew this one. I was just trying to remember the whole detail.
Look, you're the only one that's remaining perfect after 5 studies. Last one. White to move.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Okay, this one I think I've seen before. Queen G7, Rook H7, Knight H6.
Easy. Yes. Very nice.
Yes.
But what's the puzzle?
White to move.
Was you save the simplest one for last? Or?
This is
Queen
much
G7,
simpler.
Rook H7, knight H6?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. How did you get me here? So Queen G7, Rook H7, Knight H6 mate, yeah?
Yes. That's it. We saved the easiest for last.
Welcome, everybody. It's time for more action in the final round of the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss from the Isle of Man. This marathon event will produce 2 more participants of the subsequent candidates tournament. The stakes are extremely high, and the tension is slowly beginning to increase, Peter. I feel like it was a slow start, maybe some more positional openings, but every single round, we always see this. No matter how the round starts, how many endgames we might get, always the situation starts to become more and more intense by the second hour mark.
Yes, and I feel that we already have like the most important position of the tournament on our board between Anish Giri and Andrei Esipenko. It changes everything. Take a look at the bird's eye view and try to understand. Look at Hikaru. Hikaru is already not trying to punish Erigaisi at all. He just wanted to make sure that he stabilizes. He wants to secure a very solid position because he knows exactly that Andre is in a lot of trouble. You simply sense it, you see it, you are walking around in the playing hall, you understand that Esipenko is sitting there probably in despair, like, what computer wanted to do? Definitely not what he has done. He's not 2 pawns done. He might lose to Anish Giri, which would be extremely good news for Hikaru. Then a draw basically would be a lovely result for him. Vidit fans are extremely delighted because Vidit actually got a chance to squeeze. Plus, if Esipenko loses, that's again a great scenario there. Vincent is having a slight hope, but first he has to survive against Fabiano Caruana, not even to mention that actually he needs to win in order to have some chances. So what a game changer this has been, and only 3 moves had been passed since that moment when we were praising Esipenko that what a brilliant preparation, and it heavily backfired.
Yeah, that is how unpredictable, or maybe I should say unpredictable, these games can get. 1 second, you're on top of the world, your preparation is working. The next, you're posed with unexpected problems. Boom, one mistake, and suddenly Andrei Esipenko is essentially 1 foot in the grave, and now down to 25 minutes. With Hikaru and Vidit looking on anxiously. Definitely feels like Hikaru is managing his risk. Maybe we can check out the position there. You called it, Peter. I was a little bit sour on the possibility of taking on E3, but I understand it. I mean, Hikaru wants to get a stable position, essentially where he can't really lose, and I think he's doing a good job of it. So knight c6 happens. This move was on our radar. Queen d3, good response from Arjun, getting the queen out of the knight's line of fire. Okay, centralization, knight e2, let's trade some pieces. And bishop takes e3. Hikaru says, all right. Okay, f takes e3, and the tactics work out for Mr. Erigaisi, because after rook f1, very important. Peter, that knight takes c2. Suddenly, with the rooks traded, the c8 rook is undefended. A rook c1 would be unappetizing. Maybe even okay after queen c7, but why? What is the need for this if you're Hikaru?
Yes. Yeah, it's just too scary. You certainly don't want to get into an unpleasant pin. So after rook takes f1, he has returned with his knight to c6, queen d2, rook d8, and queen c3. I believe that the situation has stabilized. White is very close to full equality, but Hikaru just made sure that, okay, it might be equal, but I'm the one controlling the equality. Yeah, it's a little bit better equality for black. White still has these double pawns. Yes, one could argue that why am I not highlighting black's double pawns? Yes, that's true, but black might also have this breaking idea with d6, d5 at any time at his disposal when he wants. He can also somewhere just play some h6, king h7, slowly improve the position just to make sure that your king is sidestepped. Black's knight on c6 is superior to white's knight. On the other hand, if you ask me, white has also certainly improved his position. I don't believe in any realistic winning chances for black. It's just that black is super solid, white is holding on. Draw is the most likely result, which in this scenario, knowing that Andrei is in a lot of trouble against Anish, suits Hikaru perfectly.
For sure. And there is a little bit of time pressure for Arjun. Yeah, 23 minutes, but the position is very simple to understand. There's no tactical element. There isn't much to calculate. You can kind of play intuitively. We might even see rook f8. Coffee spill averted. A trade of rooks on the f file. And one could argue that against Ivan Cheparinov, there was a similar narrative. But let's not forget, in that game, Hikaru was up a pawn. So he had actually something that was causing constant problems. Here, material is equal, so I think the chances Hikaru squeezes something out of this position are less than they were against Ivan.
Yes, so basically good news for Arjun fans that the situation has stabilized. He's not in any real danger. The only problem is that we know that he needs to win this game. And winning chances from the white side in this position at this moment of time, very unlikely. If suddenly there is another shift, Andrei Esipenko survives that game and then Hikaru feels like he has to try to play for a win, then it might also give chances for Arjun, yeah, because it's a position where maybe if black is trying to win at all costs, it could backfire because then white will get chances. So much action and so many different scenarios are ahead. Also, let's try to put ourselves in the shoes of the players, yeah, that we are talking about all kinds of scenarios. How do they play this game when they have to think about so many things? And I believe the way is to try to ignore everything what is going on the other boards as much as possible. Clearly, this is not good news that, okay, Andre is in trouble. That's dream scenario, but you shouldn't be losing focus on your own game.
That's totally right. I mean, the moment you start going through the mental calculus, okay, yeah, maybe if Anish finds this move, this is how I need to play. If that game ends in a draw, I need to start playing for a win. You're bogging down your mind with these external thoughts that you have, and you have no control over how other games finish. That's the thing. So best thing to do is take the stoic mindset and just focus on what you can control, on your own moves. And I think players like Hikaru are extremely good at that. At the same time, they can definitely send good vibes and good vibrations over to Anish Giri's board. And yeah, Andre continues to contemplate the misery of his position.
Yes, let's just go back to the position, move 15, knight f6. We had been praising the brilliant preparation by Andre. We were thinking like, wow, it's almost certain that his ticket to the candidates is guaranteed. He will make a draw. It's very unlikely that both Hikaru and Vidit will win their games. Everything under control, up on the clock. And what do we see now? Just 3 moves has passed and the tables have turned completely. Andre is in time trouble. He's down to 20 minutes. He doesn't see how to justify his compensation. Anish in the driving seat, probably walking around very happily that, okay, thank you very much. You showed some brilliant preparation, but you did not know the follow-up. Now you're going to get punished. I very much believe that the horror to what Andre is faced with, that he was relying on this very interesting and promising knight d5 move. And now to his horror, he also has to understand that after rook e8, which he was counting on, is met by b3. And this causes the fact that he's now thinking there and he does not know what to do. Because if you don't go for this line, then you are just pawned down for absolutely nothing. But if you go for this line, then you end up maybe getting forever pinned and you lose outright. It's a terrible situation.
Exactly. Yeah, well explained. Such a deep endgame, so much behind the curtains. And stress city for Mr. Esipenko. He needs, I'm going to say outright, he needs a miracle. With the time situation, with Anish's level of confidence after yesterday's victory, with the fact that the pressure on Anish is significantly decreased compared to Esipenko, this is extremely, extremely disturbing. A5 on the board, but okay, A3 stops rook b4.
But hang on, after a3 and knight d5, what changed?
Okay.
You might have some difficulty playing the move b3. So if you play the move a3, can I do knight d5?
Excellent point. Okay, let's take a moment. Can I still... Yeah, because there b3, there's already this a4.
Yes.
Maybe we should show to the chat what difference does this make? Rook d7, rook e8, and why is the eval bar dropped? Because now b3 is possible tactically, but the pawn is soft, and a4 splinters the pawn chain, and again, b4, rook takes e2, and suddenly black wins.
Yes. So how complex this endgame is, and this brings actually a new dynamic to the position, because I remember that I was relying on this a5 move with the intention of meeting short castles with rook b4. And I was, to be honest, from a distance, worried about the move rook b5. It really irritated me that against my great, nice idea with rook b4, you still have rook b5, but I was counting on bishop d7, and if I can somehow get one of the queenside pawns, I was hoping that I can survive.
Yeah, a5 is a great resource.
Yeah, was my first intuition, but back then we did not yet understood that there are all these crazinesses coming up with knight d5 next.
And if you play b3 prematurely, if you play it now, then you weaken the c3 knight and you allow rook c8.
Yeah,
No
it
bueno.
feels like this is counterplay immediately. Yeah. No, a5 is great. Okay, you might. There is also the question that do you castle or do you play king f2? Which one is more beneficial in the long term? It's a very complex question always, because somewhere it might be important for white's king to be one step closer. On the other hand, if some tactical skirmish starts on the second rank, then the king on f2 might also be a problem. So what I was talking about, rook b5, I thought like bishop d7 might be clever. And for example, rook b4, a takes b4, knight e4. And in this case, I prefer king f2 to short castle, honestly. And I might be pawn up. Do you take on a2 or do you take on e4? I don't know.
Yeah, rook a2, but the problem is there's this rook d1 tempo move. Knight f6, gf, rook d1, rook d2. And once the b2 pawn is... Or maybe this... Okay,
I was not sure. Yeah, I was not sure if I want to take. Yeah, but it's nice point. Let's just show that, yeah, it makes a lot of sense hitting the bishop with a tempo and then trying to get rook d2. The other feeling was like maybe when you can afford to be passive with rook b1 because you are coming up with bishop c4. Also, the king is close, so you will always be able to protect any pin with bishop f5 with king e3 as well. There are many promising possibilities.
Also, rook d1 immediately, because there's also this g5 square, so there's some mating ideas.
Wow.
And if black, yeah, knight takes c4, f takes c4, fixes the pawn structure, and simply white is a pawn up. This is probably already technically winning. h5 is also loose. And the rook on a2 can be shooed away with the move bishop c4. No, I don't think Andre would survive this position.
Yes. Yeah, but then there are quite some arguments behind the move king f2. Then I play king f2 and rook b4 we met. First of all, let's just highlight that now rook d2 we don't worry at all because the rook is protecting b2. We can follow it up with rook d1. Thank you very much. We on the spot, so we really believe that rook b4 should be the move. Then rook b5 is key of keeping the status quo. Again, this rook situation like yesterday we have seen in Anish's game against Hans Niemann with these crazy rooks on d2, f2, f1, d1 construction, and also Hikaru Nakamura's Fabiano Caruana game with rook d8, rook d7, rook e8, rook e7, always very picturesque.
Yeah, and to force bishop d7 because the bishop is so awkward on that square. It can be targeted with rook d1, so you provoke this move. Only then do you trade on b4. Emotionally, it's a little bit difficult to give up the a2 pawn, but then you have to spot the detail rook d1.
Yes.
And once you do, everything is safe. You know, your T's are crossed, your I's are dotted, and your I's are wide also because this is just miserable for black.
Yeah, for example, let's just highlight that bishop e6 most probably runs into some crazy ideas. Rook d8 check, king h7, knight g5 check. That's almost like a checkmate. Black is not losing on the spot, luckily for him, but it feels very shaky. King g6, bishop d3 check. Okay, bishop d3 check. Maybe I could have played something better, but I also wanted to highlight that also going after the f7 pawn, it's very dangerous. It's some kind of a mating net, but one needs to calculate, of course.
Yeah, but it's clearly a very pleasant situation because you always have the backup option of just dropping to d2 and
yes,
you know, just enjoying yourself in this position. So not much in the way of relief for Andre Esipenko. He continues to struggle, but a5 is a sign that he is he is actively trying to generate chances to pose problems. And we saw that Hans climbed out of what seemed like a totally hopeless position, only to sabotage himself when the finish line was in sight. And maybe Andre is capable of the same kind of heroics. I wanted to take a quick kind of intermission from the top games and spotlight a crazy moment on one of the lower boards just for 20 seconds. Pintala Harikrishna blundered a piece in one move. Maybe we can just show that for some relief, because we've spent so much time swimming in the waters of these complex positions. Unfortunately, Harikrishna's tournament will come to a very painful end. Facing the Turkish GM Mustafa Yilmaz, the situation was already quite bad for Pintala. But look at what he does here. Panic with Queen B3 in this position.
Wow, so basic, but what happened? Why he could... because, okay, actually after knight e2, black just pushes g4. And the knight has nowhere to go. Knight h4 runs into bishop takes h4. There is no other square. And white is going to get crushed on the king side. There is also knight e5, knight f3 coming. Maybe even queen takes h4 was not the most precise, but enough. So yeah, basically Harikrishna just completely forgot about the move g5. Queen c2 was the losing blunder. And after g5, he's now trying a desperado, going for the d5 pawn. But looking at the evolution bar, this does not seem to work.
Yeah, definitely time to visit the bar. Knight takes d2, knight takes d2, and knight a5 is the money move.
Oof, that is...
Brutal.
That is terrible, yeah. This is brutalitas, caritas, as they said when I was young during analysis. Yeah, so, okay. Wow, this is shocking. The very solid, ultra solid Pental Harikrishna might lose in the last round against Mustafa Yilmaz, a very solid player with extremely good repertoire. Seemingly, it seems to me like he's driving all the top players crazy, yeah? That why is Mustafa so well prepared and why is it so difficult to play against him?
Yeah, he's always just kind of there. He's just always hanging out, beating Fabiano Caruana. Very, very solid 2600 player. And that is one of the sub-narratives of this tournament. Of course, this is the final round. Our job is to spotlight the hunt for the two candidate spots. But so many of these 2600 players performed incredibly well. I mean, let's not forget Alexander Predke is in the candidates discussion. He's under 2700. He hasn't lost a game. And players like Mustafa Yilmaz, when they're in good form, they can play spoiler and they can ruin the tournament of the top guys, a lot of whom, including Gukesh and Harikrishna and others, had a very difficult event.
Yeah, now one of the games that we have completely neglected is the Parham Maksodlo Nikita Vityugov game. When I looked at this pairing, it looked to me that, wow, this is going to be an incredible battle, because we know exactly that Parham is playing uncompromising chess. On the other hand, he is exactly paired with Nikita Vityugov, who has a super high class. He has this very good strategical feeling, understanding of chess, and the aggressiveness that Parham might toss towards Nikita can be very nicely countered. And looking at the position, I feel like this is exactly what we are seeing. It's an E3 Nimzo Indian with very double edge position, but I'm loving the situation from the black side.
Yeah, the current position looks very juicy for Vityugov. You've got this knight well stationed on g4. Parham, I think, has maybe bitten off more than he can chew in the center, because knight takes e4 feels very loose. Bishop f5, maybe knight f5. It looks like Nikita is very much in the driver's seat here.
Yes, absolutely. Just very quickly, we don't have too much time to spend, just to understand what happened. It was some old Hübner system. The old Hübner system, one should not underestimate. There are so many strategical finesses, and I feel like Nikita's understanding, look at this, he immediately going for this bishop d7 queen a5 long castle idea. That looks like some vintage chess, typical Tigran Petrosyan and all the Soviet chess school understanding is in all these moves. What happened here? Yeah, white typically goes for this knight e3 construction, but I believe Parham being a very aggressive player and going for principal chess, he might have thought that he's the hunter, but he should have understood that he has to go on the defensive already. And look at this, beautifully regrouping. Rook df8, bishop c8, making sure that the king is perfectly safe. Knight g4, exactly, bishop e2 f6. Wonderful performance, just step by step, steadily. Okay, computer gives a question mark because maybe something was even stronger, but we already highlighted that we are very much in love with Black's position.
But this is going to be a barn burner because both sides under 30 minutes. So definitely a good game to keep track of for when there's a lull in the action on the top boards. Of course, again, we have to stay pegged to the games that have immediate candidates impact, but we will keep you up to speed on the results of some of the lower boards. We have a really cool graphic displaying Hikaru Nakamura's last 5 rounds. He's had an incredible event. He made a couple of draws in the middle of the tournament. He had a bit of a sluggish start, but ultimately 2 clutch wins in the previous 2 rounds, defeating Ivan Cheparinov in amazing technical fashion, squeezing a win out of the tiniest advantage, and then yesterday, just a booming, convincing victory over Fabiano Caruana, showing that Hikaru is now firmly dominating their head-to-head rivalry.
Absolutely. Yes, 3 consecutive wins against Fabiano Caruana in the most important moments of critical games. Yeah, the Stavanger game decided the fate of that tournament. Thanks to that victory, Hikaru won that. In the candidates, he was bouncing back in the second part and destroying Fabiano's tournament. And now also winning that game yesterday, which might actually guarantee him a candidate spot. Looking at the results, how things are going, looking at the positions right now, that win was very, very crucial in Hikaru's journey of qualification for the candidates. But it's not yet there. There's still so much to play. Anish Giri with our move, King F2, seemingly exactly in the right track. And let's take a look at the bird's eye view with all the action.
Yeah, Caruana Keymer will be a draw very likely. So Fabi was unable to properly continue his initiative, even though it looked like he was a little bit better. So if Vincent handles this endgame carefully, looks like he will score a nice, solid draw to end the tournament. But all eyes on the top 3 boards. I am loving the way that Vidit continues to push on the gas pedal. And Bretke's situation is looking more and more unpleasant. Of course, we could look at the Hikaru game with a pair of rooks off the board, but it looks like things are very, very stable on that front still.
Yes, there's nothing really happening. One can feel that every single move is made with the intention of having things under control. Now Hikaru with queen c7, is he hinting at queen b6 just to make sure that he will bother that e3 pawn and white will not be able to activate the queen. Yeah, queen has been placed on b6. It's lovely, it targets the b2 pawn, it targets the e3 pawn, so white's queen is stuck on c3. I could easily imagine also that black just plays h6, king h7. Some very black ones can even trade queens with queen b4, which is slightly maybe premature, or it's kind of a slight silent draw offer. But even in the endgame, black could be tiny bit better, so I wouldn't be ruling it out. Vidit making tremendous progress, just as you highlighted, systematically improving. Now there are also some tactics on the board. Yeah, the a6 pawn is hanging. Yes, exactly.
Let's take a look. I would like to spotlight Tan Zhongyi in the women's section, who is close to winning her game. But first, let's bring everybody up to speed on Vidit's attempt to win his game, especially if Arjun holds his composure and makes the draw against Nakamura. Esipenko is obviously not going to win his game. If Esipenko loses, then the path is clear. Vidit has to capitalize on his advantage here. The last move was bishop c6, and you called it a long time ago, this knight takes a6 concept. Pawn on b7 is overloaded. Can we snatch that juicy morsel on a6?
Yeah, the big question is, do we include rook takes d8 just in order to avoid any kind of rook takes d1 check destruction when we have to recapture with the bishop, which is a little bit tricky, but maybe it doesn't matter at all. But it's all about very precise calculation. Let's also not forget that Alexander Petke was the one who decided to play the move bishop c6. So clearly he's counting on some deep calculation, which is very hard to understand in just a couple of seconds.
But there's a trick. I actually think rook takes d8, bishop takes d8, knight takes a6 might run into bishop b5. And suddenly the rook on g5 is like, hello, I exist.
Yes.
And white's minor pieces kind of get put through the meat grinder. Bishop takes b5, rook takes b5, and everything is hanging. And the difference is that I think after the immediate knight takes a6, bishop b5, there's the tactical resource knight c7 check. And with the d8 square occupied by the rook, after bishop takes c7, rook c7, you cannot take on e2 because of rook e7 check winning.
Wow. Okay. This already explains why I was so careful not getting into all this tactical skirmish before calculating. Very nice point. Bishop c6, knight takes a6. Then all eyes on Praggnanandhaa at how he wants to continue. What is his idea then?
Yeah, I'm looking, but okay, bishop f3, that's garbage. Knight d5, bishop e1. And white gets the nice evacuation square for his knight on b4. It feels like a healthy extra pawn for Vidit.
Yes, if there is no direct way of punishing it, then definitely yes. Wow, what a golden opportunity. Yeah, if Vidit wins, then seeing at the current situation on the other boards, it will mean automatic qualification. In case of Andrei Esipenko losing, then even a draw could be good enough for Vidit. But of course, it's very nice to have the upper hand and be able to decide accordingly what you are playing for in the final stages of the game, if the other games have already finalized or finished.
Huge opportunity for Vidit. Knight takes a6 is very likely. And I'm not seeing any tricks for Praggnanandhaa.
Wow. Okay, just a bit, and look at this. This is move 20. Yeah, one could have argued on move 10, like, okay, this is a dead draw endgame. What is this? This is what we have seen from Kramnik, yeah, that he was posing problems like this, and the younger generation was analyzing, studying those games from Kramnik and learned so much. They got inspired, and now they play this kind of chess also brilliantly.
Yeah, big moment. Vidit will definitely spot. I mean, he sees the idea. He's just trying to compare knight takes a6 and rook takes d8. I mean, it's a very scary move to play in the final round. If you miscalculate something, there's a hanging knight on a6. There's a lot going on. So you double, triple check. You make sure to calm your nerves before you play a move like that. But at the end of the day, you have to take the plunge. Good chances for Vidit. Anish Giri continues to follow through on his material advantage. They did follow the line that we had outlined, by the way, in Giri Esipenko, but Anish deviates with a very interesting tactical move, a3, instead of rook takes b4, as we had forecasted.
Wow, even this intermezzo is possible. Beautiful. Let's just highlight, yeah, okay, bishop takes b5 is captured. Just before I could highlight that, what a crazy situation. Both rooks are hanging. Bishop takes b5, a takes b4, bishop takes e2 is played. Somehow I have to say that I'm not loving it so much because the other line worked out so beautifully. But clearly I understand Danish. It gives more clarity. It does not allow black to activate his rook so easily by capturing the a2 pawn, and definitely he's counting on bringing his rook as quickly as possible. He also sees that his king is very close. So if any scenario like a takes b4, rook d1 played, and then somehow black, for example, plays the move rook a2, just like in the previous line, rook d2, then white is threatening to start this journey, king e3, king d4, king c4, and say a big hello to the black pawn on b4, which will be very annoying. So I believe this maneuver of his king towards the queen side is the reason why Anish decided on a3.
Yeah, hello to a pawn on b4 and possibly goodbye to Andrei Esipenko's candidate's chances. This is a completely acceptable way to continue converting the advantage. I also wanted to quickly travel to the women's section because Tan Zhongyi is about to win a huge game against Gunay Mamadzada, which will punch her ticket to the candidates. If we could just quickly take a look at that game and maybe update the Vaishali position. Also, Hikaru Nakamura has exchanged queens. Folks, we'll get to that game very soon. But this looks like black is just dead.
Okay, as long as there is a dark square bishop, there is hope. The only problem is that everything else is hopeless. Yeah, there might be also some direct ways of g takes f6, threatening bishop e6 check, and after bishop takes f6, there is a pressure, but also g6 check, of course. g6 check just wins on the spot.
Oh,
because
93.
Yeah, bishop e6 check, knight e3, knight f5 to follow. Yeah, it's I just couldn't believe that it's so bad. But yeah, after g6, it's designs.
Yeah, that knight is black's worst nightmare. It looked like a very enterprising game by Mamadzada, the Azeri player, whipping up some kingside chances, but her attack fell through. She lost control of the game, got into time pressure, and Tan Zhongyi with a huge rebound win, losing to Vaishali yesterday, bouncing back, taking care of business, and into the candidates tournament she will go.
Yeah, it's a huge storyline. It's not over yet because it still depends if Vaishali will be beating Munguntul or Munguntul will be able to win that game. But judging by the position that we saw last time, it was only the Indian player who was putting tremendous pressure on her opponent. So yes, a possible big clutch win by Tan Zhongyi.
And I'm looking at Vaishali's game in my peripheral vision. Still, the spirit of the position remains the same. Vaishali is pressing with relatively little risk. She's installed a knight on d3. She can expand on the queen side with a5, but both sides down very low on the clock. It isn't even moved 30 yet. And we will get a blitz game for the 10 moves before time control.
Yeah, but with the 30 seconds increment, I believe that when you have things under control and you are in the driver's seat, that's kind of a very comfortable scenario. Vaishali is definitely enjoying her position. And yeah, Munguntul in a lot of trouble because we know exactly she was undefeated so far, and then losing the last game with the white pieces could be very annoying.
Yeah, but Vaishali must be feeling the heat because Anna Muzichuk is better in an endgame against Pia Kramling, and it's official. Tan Zhongyi has won. Gunay Mamadzada has extended her hand in resignation. Tan Zhongyi is into the candidates.
Wow. Okay, this is huge breaking news. Because she belongs to the candidates. Yeah, she's such a wonderful player. And dealing with that defeat from yesterday, and then also getting the strength of playing 1e4. I believe that she's a 1d4 player by nature, yeah, and she was ready to go into some very big fight in the Najdorf. A fantastic performance. Big congratulations to Tan Zhongyi.
Absolutely. Hats off to Tan. Okay, Vaishali continues to massage her advantage. 95, maybe not the best move, but okay, the status quo is kind of maintained in this game. I think we should probably let them blitz out a couple more moves before we check back into this game. And on board 2, looks like Anna Muzichuk is a pawn up against Pia Kramling. Some winning chances for her, and definitely a risk-free position.
Yes, basically this means that Pia Kramling cannot make the sensation. Anyway, her tiebreak would have not been good. She had a rough start, but very big congratulations. And it's so great to see Pia Kramling making such a comeback and still fighting there against the younger opposition.
Yeah, always pleasant when a member of the older generation is able to handle themselves so well in such a long, grueling event that takes its toll even on the youngest and fittest players. Pia might hold this endgame. She's down a very nasty a-pawn, which is also kind of walled off by the pawn on b4, so the king is not easily accessing that pawn. But yeah, Anna will continue to squeeze this advantage.
Yes. This gives us a good chance, I believe, to head back to the open section.
Sure.
We are not missing out on any dramatic development here. And there we go. We see that Anish Giri is kind of in a very comfortable situation. He shows a lot of confidence after rook d1. He does not want to see ghosts after rook c8. He just goes for rook d4, targeting that pawn on b4 immediately, inviting black to go rook c2. But what does rook c2 really do? At rook c2 we can most probably just capture on b4, can we? Most
Knight
probably
d5?
we can. Yes, knight d5, then rook back
d4.
to d4.
Oh, but this is just tilt.
And then we move the b pawn. 2 pawns up, better king, solid construction, and as long as the b pawn is alive, this should be winning.
Yeah, I would put this at like 70-30 maybe. Of course, there's still a lot of work to be done, and you know, this is far from a given, but the way the game is going just feels like Anish is very, very confident in his ability to convert the full point here.
Yes, on the other hand, I believe that Andrei has played the best possible practical chance. Yeah, there was no way of trying to hold on to the b4 pawn in the long run. White's pieces were just way too more active. The king was threatening to come, and he's trying some activity, and knight d5 will be played, that's for sure. And then after rook d4, maybe some knight c7, knight e6, just trying to cause some trouble. But I believe Anish, with 33 minutes on the clock, should be able to convert this.
Yeah, I mean, the knight is a very shifty piece. It's not so easy for white to get the monkey off his back. That rook on c2 is actually quite stable. And the knight on f6 can jump around. Like you said, it can jump to f5 potentially. It can jump to e6. So it's very easy to say, oh, you know, white should just find a way to push his b pawn. But easier said than done for Anish. He is not sitting there thinking the game is over. He knows that he has a difficult technical task ahead of him.
Yes, it reminds me a little bit, yeah, knight d5 on the board of the Hikaru Ivan Chepalinov game, where Hikaru was pawn up and then Ivan's rook and knight started jumping around, and it was so difficult to get those pieces under control. A part of rook d4, which was the most natural move, there's also the strange looking but also a possible rook b8 check, king h7 and king e1. Yes, stepping out of the pin. Yes, black will have some idea of going knight e3. That's why I did not like it originally. But then I was thinking like after g3 and slowly improving, but still feel like it gives too much activity for black. So intuitively, I don't want to let this happen unless move per move it really works.
Yeah, so rook b8, g3 versus rook d4. But I'm on the same page. Rook d4 a little bit more concrete, just sending the knight back from whence it came and opening up the pathway for the b pawn potentially to advance to b4 and initiate its long journey to the b8 square. Feels like an eternity away, but journey of a million miles starts with one step.
Yeah, one thing that slightly disturbs me in the construction with rook d4, that, okay, the knight goes somewhere. I just want to highlight the point. Okay, this is very unfortunate because check and rook c8 wins on the spot. So in fact, black cannot put the knight on c7. That's another kind of problem. So let's put this knight somewhere else. Okay, knight b6. I just want to illustrate something, that if white plays something like b4 and black puts the rook on b2, then the rook is out of the reach from white's king. So for example, king e1, king d1 will not be able to hit the rook because the rook will always be targeting the e2 knight, and the e2 knight cannot really move because then the kingside pawns might be vulnerable. So this is one little hope that black has. It shouldn't really mean anything, but you always have to keep an eye on all the details.
Exactly. And there's always these cheap tricks with like the rook giving itself up for the pawn and a fork. So a lot of landmines for Anish Giri to sidestep. Yeah. Before.
Let's just show this.
Exactly. King e3, rook takes another Cipolito. This is exactly how you forfeit your winning chances. And you can never forget about these tricks. The knight is a very devilish, very resilient piece.
Yes, so I'm perfectly understanding why Anish is taking his time. It's move 26. He knows that it should be technically winning. He is the big master of all these type of positions. And he also understands that, yeah, now it's the time to slow down. If I will be on the right track, afterwards it will be so much more easier to convert, but I have to make the right decision.
Exactly. And Anish not repeating the mistakes of his opponent yesterday, taking his time, very professional. But a lot of work to be done. Vidit has captured on A6, so big step forward for the Indian Grandmaster there. All of the Indian fans kind of holding their breath. Praggnanandhaa has gone knight d7, trying to shut off the escape route for White's knight. But we will get right back to this game, as well as the endgame in Erigaisi Nakamura. 3 hours into the round, nothing has been decided yet. Don't even think about leaving. We'll have tons more action from the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. But first, a short break. See you in a few.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
Today we're going to go down into the New York City subway, set up a table on the subway platform, and see if we can get some strangers waiting for their trains to play chess with us. All right, now I'm going to see if I can get anybody. Hey.
I'll be White.
White.
Yeah, 'cause I don't do magic yet.
Sounds like he knows what he's doing a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not that good.
Yeah? You're just out here playing chess, not that good.
Got the chess.com app. You ever play on your phone?
Oh, yeah.
He said he barely played.
I'm a teacher.
What do you teach?
Chess. I'm just kidding. Self-defense.
How do you stay sane?
I used to do a lot of meditation, take medication.
What's like lesson 101 of self-defense?
Run.
What are you listening to right now? Train, Sean Paul, Ed Sheeran. What is the meaning of life?
It's funny because like what I'm doing I feel like doesn't align with my philosophy on what the meaning of life is, but it's like obviously spend as much time with family as possible.
The best person you can be, get closer to God, not to be evil to each other.
There you go.
Good game, thanks for playing. Good game, thanks for playing.
Appreciate it.
I'll see you in a self-defense class. Enjoy Harry Styles.
We are back at the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. All of the top games are still going. Both of the candidate spots are still available, and we continue to bring you this very, very exciting coverage. All of the games are locked in a very tense battle. Let's once again take a look at the bird's eye view. Let's rewind a little bit and check out the top board. So Hikaru Nakamura, the queens have come off the board. The position has simplified even further. Draw is probably the likeliest result, but we should be very careful about, making any grand predictions, because we know what Hikaru is capable of, even in very mundane positions. And I'm not totally sure about Arjun's queenside campaign that he's just initiated with b4. Vidit has to find a way to evacuate his knight against Predke, but if he does, he's just up a full pawn. And Giri continues to convert 2 extra pawns against Esipenko, Peter.
Yes, and we have seen Anish using the second method that we discussed with rook b8 check, going for g3, eventually keeping his possibilities for this king e1, king d1, kicking that bothering rook away from c2. But it's not so easy to make this happen, because whenever king e1, king d1 happens, black has knight e3 check, protecting the rook on c2. And Andrei Esipenko immediately using the chance, creating that dangerous h pawn. He's probably intending to go h3. He does not want to trade on g3, but just create some weaknesses on the h2 square against the h2 pawn. So yeah, this after g3, if white gets one more move, plays h4, it's a complete lockdown on the king side, and that would be fantastic news for white. h4 had to be played. Andrei down to 5 minutes on the clock, move 28. He will have to be playing the game in a blitz mode. Now the question is that can white actually consider move rook b5? The reason why I'm liking the move rook b5 is that I hit the knight. If the knight moves, there is a chance that I could even eventually transform the advantage into a 4 versus 2 with rook h5, rook takes h4. Also tempting. I don't know exactly if it's desired or not, but just in case, there is something to think about, because if after rook b5 I would be able to force black to take on g3, then I would be very happily losing that tempo, but making sure that we eliminate the h-pawns.
Yeah, rook b5 seems like a very decisive, concrete move. Also, you are posing a concrete decision to black, and with 5 minutes on the clock, this is what you want to do. So yeah, h4 is a good resource by Andre. He continues to fight, but I'm just getting this sense of hopelessness. Anish has so much time to figure all of this out.
Yes, exactly. And it's very important to have this time, because yes, we see the evolution bar skyrocketing and believing that white is winning. Believe me, there is still quite some work to do. First of all, you have to deal with this threat that maybe black gets the pawn to h3, then all this pressure on the second rank will be a very big headache in the long run. So obviously, Anish would love to avoid that. That's why the move rook b5 came to my mind instantly, that if it's possible, it would be really nice to clarify the situation.
Absolutely. And Anish continues to take his time. Rook b5 looks like a great way to keep the process moving. I would like to switch over to the Hikaru game, just because I'm kind of puzzled intuitively. And rook b5 played great call, Peter. Anish Giri on top. Great technique, as we have expected from him through the years. Arjun Erigaisi's last move, b2, b4. And at least intuitively, of course, he's putting a tremendous amount of thought into his decisions. But you want to always be careful about pushing pawns in the endgame. And this is a very committal move. It creates a lot of weaknesses on the queen side.
Yes, for example, the most natural way of just continuing is king d7. Yeah, making sure that we are ready for all the action on the queen side, covering the c7 square, because clearly white would love to push b5 and then after ab, try to activate the rook to c7. On the other hand, Arjun certainly had some ideas by pushing b4. Yeah, he does not just want to weaken his construction. He's relying on something. Is he trying to set up some fortress? Is he in fact trying to get his pawn to a5, making sure that black won't be having this king d7 b5 idea? Is maybe b4 a defensive move? I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I definitely don't think he's trying to attack. My first question was, is he trying to play b5 or a5? I really don't think he's trying to play b5 because, for instance, king d7, b5 creates new vistas for the knight on the queen side. You know, takes knight a5, and you know you're just creating massive problems for yourself, even in a knight endgame where black's king is in very close proximity to the weak b5 pawn. The a5 knight can jump to c4. You know, why on earth are you creating the problems for yourself and waking up the beast? So probably a5 is a likelier idea, but still, I think the move a5, it weakens the b5 square. There is this nifty maneuver knight c6 to a7. So for example, king d7, a5, knight a7, I was contemplating. And the problem is that if white moves the rook away from the c file, black says, thank you very much. It's like, you know, the car waiting to take the final parking spot. Rook b through rook c8. Black's pieces work in very nice harmony. And this is exactly how you get yourself into a tangle.
Yes, and also because after knight b5, if black is allowed to play knight b5, so let's make a move like king f2. Knight b5, rook c4, the rook might be trapped. Yeah, I'm not sure that in long run, first of all, the rook can never ever move anymore. That's such a scary situation, and maybe black slowly, I don't know exactly how.
Knight a3. Sorry, Peter. Knight a3,
Wow,
knight b1, knight d2.
Ooh, wow. Very nice. Don't feel sorry. You are saving, rescuing me. Yeah, wow. Exactly. And then knight d2. No matter where the rook goes, knight d2 picks up the e4 pawn and wins the game. Just to illustrate that, yeah, pushing a5, allowing this knight to be transferred to b5 will be also tricky. But Hikaru opted for rook c8, a somewhat cautious move. But as you highlighted, yeah, so if white pushes b5, that would be way too premature. That would walk exactly, I believe, into Hikaru's plans. After the rook trade, the king is so close of targeting that weak b5 pawn. Take a look at white's king, very far away from action. The knight is also via b6 heading towards the c4 square. It's not a given yet that Arjun is safe here. He is still massaged.
Not at all. I mean, Arjun's understanding is extensive. He is incredible in the endgame. And I hesitate a few times before criticizing anything he does because it is always supplemented with a deep idea, but it feels very nervy that he is pushing these pawns. And what was the necessity? What was the need to initiate this whole brouhaha in the first place? And king d7 is now very likely. And everything we just said, I think, remains true. King d7, then maybe knight a7 is an idea. And I think Hikaru is very much enjoying himself here. And he is not thinking, let's find a bailout. Let's find the first opportunity to draw. He is, I think, seriously thinking, how can I continue to get my opponent to panic?
Yeah, for sure. He's also up on the clock. However, now that he has committed the move rook c8, after knight a7, white most probably can simply trade on c8, and maybe white's king will be in time to set up some fortress with c4 and bringing the king closer. Okay, it's very tempo, move pen, move stuff. Very hard to judge, but I'm a little bit surprised that Hikaru opted for rook c8, not king d7.
Yeah, king d7 felt more flexible. Rook c8 does set up a cheapo. King d7, king f2, knight takes b4 would be one way to end your dreams and ambitions. So Arjun has to be careful.
Wow. Yeah. Sensational stuff. Yeah, so takes check the intermezzo and then it's a lost pawn endgame. All right. So basically it means that after king d7, white has to play king f1 and try to maybe play then king e1 and then king d2 just to make sure that not to run into any knight d4 check or whatever.
Knowing Hikaru.
No, king e1 runs into knight takes b4. Yes, so
oh my
yes,
God.
Okay, be careful. Yes, not so easy.
And it's so simple to sit in the warm room and say, king f2. How could a GM ever blunder this? But it catches you off guard. Arjun, of course, is not going to let that decide the tournament. He plays king f1 already. And knowing Hikaru, I think he's going to go like h5. Hikaru really likes to play on both sides of the board. He likes to make these flexible moves. And this is part of what makes him so scary. He is constantly finding a way. He is constantly giving you rope. And I'm going to predict that he starts playing on the king side here.
Wow. But now let's also highlight that why king e2 is the right move. So white should not be panicking. So for example, h5, white can just bring the king closer with king e2 because knight d4 check seemingly is a devastating check, but there is nothing to worry about. King d2 protects the rook, and it should lead to a drawish position. But be careful not to be over smart with king e1, because then the same knight takes b4 check, knight takes b4 followed by knight takes d3 check intermezzo. Black wins the game. All right, so king f1. I believe Arjun is on the right track of holding this, but I perfectly agree with you that Hikaru will still be trying something.
Yeah, definitely. The game continues. Chat wants to see Vidit. Keymer, Caruana is moving toward a draw. Fabi is up a pawn in a rook endgame, but it's a very, very easy hold for Vincent, so nothing to see there. We can check very briefly, but okay, this is
Yes.
pretty toothless for Fabi.
Yeah, it's a great result for Vincent, yeah, holding Fabiano Caruana, but actually we know exactly that this case, the hopes of Vincent qualifying for the candidates are finished. However, going to the final round, it was already obvious, despite winning 2 consecutive games, that it most probably will be impossible. So many things have to go, and with the pairings that he has to play against Fabiano with the black pieces, and that's already a challenge by itself. So we just talked about, let's try to play a good game. Let's finish this fantastic tournament in a right way, with a good mood, and I'm very happy if he finally succeeds to make this draw against Fabi.
Especially because Fabi, with some very ingenious opening preparation, Vincent kept his composure, did a great job, and held the draw. But here we have an incredibly tense battle. The clocks continue to dwindle. The knight is just chilling on a6, as if nothing is the matter. And rook a8 by Predke. What is he preparing? He's definitely cooking up something.
Yeah, one of the questions that I'm having, that why isn't the move bishop d6 possible, yeah, in order to try to rescue that knight via the c7 square, or also setting up knight before this move has not been played. I understand that bishop f1 was, of course, the nice cemento. This is so important, just to make sure that everything is protected. Pass the ball back to Black's court. Black needs to, and there is nothing he can do, yeah? So he played the move rook a8, not threatening yet to take on a6, because the bishop is again hanging on c6. So he sidestepped some bishop f3 trick. That's why the move bishop f1 most probably.
Yeah, very lovely Karpovian type move. Also preparing himself for the subsequent time pressure. You want to make sure that, you know, your windows are patched up in preparation for the oncoming storm, that no water gets inside the house. And bishop d6 looks incredibly juicy, Peter. I'm on the same page. I'm with you. Also because it opens up an escape route for the knight, as well as preparing knight c7 ideas.
Yeah, so, okay, this looks very good for Vidit. Let's get an update also on the Anish game, because, okay, it all depends on Anish winning against Andrei Esipenko. Esipenko is down to 30 seconds. Do we see some miracle, or everything is going according to plans for Anish and all the other players, yeah, who are rooting for him to succeed?
Yep. Also, Vaishali Mungutul has been agreed a draw. So congratulations to Vaishali on a huge performance. We will get to that later, but she is very, very likely to win the tournament on tiebreak. So Vaishali draws her final game. That confirms Tan Zhongyi is in to the women's candidates. But let's table that conversation for a moment. Looks like Andrei Esipenko might be on his last legs here.
Yes, he plays king g8. He certainly did not want to give up his f-pawn, yeah, because f take g4, f take g4 would also be beneficial for white. Then f4, f5 would come. But now g takes f5 would be already the third pawn for white. Just like yesterday, Anish was 3 pawns up against Hans. Now he has the chance of being 3 pawns up against Andrei Esipenko. And one has to feel really sorry for Andrei now that the position looks pretty hopeless. He has played such a wonderful tournament. He played such brilliant chess. He so much deserved to qualify for the candidates, but it looks like Anish Giri stops him in the very last hurdle.
Yeah, and I really like GF. Even though the pawns are ugly, they're doing a lot. The knight runs out of oxygen because knight c5, rook c7 is a recurring theme. So Andre would have to drop his knight back to f8. And then Anish would have a path laid out for his own knight, I think, to e6. Maybe he could start with h3 and then knight e2, d4, e6. I mean, there's also mate threats. This is resignable. I mean, I think we're a couple moves away from a decisive result in this one. And Robert in the chat brings up an interesting point. If Anish wins, probably when Anish wins, will Hikaru and Vidit offer draws? I don't think so. I think Vidit feels like he can win his game. Hikaru feels like he can win his game. A lot of cash on the line as well.
Well, yes and no, because I think qualifying for the candidates overrules everything. Besides, by drawing, they would anyway kind of share the first place. The big question, who offers first, right? Because it's not like one of the players might offer and then regret it because the other one continues to fight and win the game. But yeah, let's not even speculate about this until this game is over. However, the question is absolutely justified by Robert because Andreasen's situation is completely hopeless. Heartbreaking moment for the young Russian player with some brilliant preparation. He came up. That might become, something very, very important for the future theory that this line is back in business. However, he is unable to confirm the reason why this sacrifice was sunned and goes down against Anish Giri.
I hate last rounds for this reason, Peter, because a last round loss, it leaves this terrible taste in your mouth, and it makes you, just because of the way humans are wired, you're just focusing on the final round. You're not focusing on how well you played throughout the tournament. The recency effect of how you end the tournament makes the final round all that much more important. And there's nothing that sours a chess professional's mood like an important last round loss. There's a lot of examples in chess history of deeply, deeply painful losses in the final round. We've all been there. No shame in losing to an on-form Anish Giri. And this one is moving toward its conclusion. GF is on the board.
Yeah, it's on the board. There is no good place for that knight. If that knight could jump to f6, one would say yes. We understand why black has sacrificed all these pawns, but actually the knight has to fall back to f8. A very sad situation. Down to 10 seconds. No good in bad positions. There are no good moves. And Andrei Esipenko resigns. Anish Giri wins this very important game. A big congratulations for Anish Giri and heartbreak for Andrei Esipenko.
What a win for Giri. He ends the tournament beating Hans Niemann, now beating Andrei Esipenko despite his incredible opening preparation. The Russian youngster will have to live to fight another day. He will have to come back stronger in next year's Grand Swiss, but he still gains a lot of rating. He rejoins or comes very close to rejoining the 2700 club. And this is still only the first stages of a very, very promising young career. Congrats to Anish. Amazing game. And this means that with a draw, both Hikaru and Vidit punch their ticket to the candidates.
Wow. Especially because also Vincent's game is about to end in a draw. Or it's basically even Vincent is the one who still has to be precise. By the way, Vidit has played the move Bishop d6. He's on the right track of winning, and he might be well advised just to keep on focusing what he's doing. Yeah, he's playing such a great game. He's playing a brilliant tournament. Why to slow down? Yes, he certainly will be very happy about Anish beating Esipenko, but he still has chances also to win this game. And where is Black's counterplay? Yeah, there is just no reason why White should be afraid in this position.
Huge chances to win this game and to win the tournament because the Hikaru game very likely to end in a draw. Hikaru is still trying. He pushed d5, but that game is moving toward liquidation. I think Arjun can even initiate some tactics, but the Vidit game is more exciting. And Praggnanandhaa is down to 4 minutes. Can we zero in on that game? Because I think the next few moves might be decisive.
Yes.
Bishop a4
let's go
played.
There. Bishop a4 played. That was probably the reason why Vidit was thinking before Bishop d6. But also this scenario, for example, just like b3 and then eliminating the light square bishop and relying on the 2-bishop advantage factor, the light squares, everything that looks so promising.
B3. I mean, I would just go B3.
Yes, b3, bishop takes b3, a takes b3, b takes a6. There is no reason for any fancy business. I don't know, some rook c6. It almost looks like it should be crushing with all this domination.
Yeah, I mean, you've won your pawn back if you're Praggnanandhaa. Congratulations, but white retains all of the advantages of the position and gets access to these light squares. Delicious light squares on the queen side. b3 is simple and powerful and risk-free. That's the most important thing. Vidit maintains the battle for only 2 results. Bishop f4,
Wow!
though.
Bishop
Whoa.
f4, okay. Wow,
Unexpected.
he includes this move. Yeah, it gets a question mark, but also let's not get fooled by the question mark. It might still be a good move, just that the computer thought like, okay, there was no need for it. Other moves were strong enough, but this is still a clear advantage.
It makes sense. Bishop f4. I mean, he wants bishop takes d1, bishop takes g5, get a pair of rooks off the board, simplify the position, keep your extra pawn, and bishop a4, knight b4. I mean, I wouldn't put too much stock into these minor changes in the evaluation. Vidit is still very much in the driver's seat, still up a pawn, still playing for 2 results with this move.
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, bishop f4. 3 minutes 40 seconds for Alexander Praggnanandhaa. Very difficult. Where do you move this rook? Yeah, because you feel like you want to move this rook somewhere. Is rook a5 a move? Or is it exactly what Vidit is trying to achieve, that please put your rook on a5? Many questions and no time to really figure things out.
Which is another unspoken benefit of this move. It forces black to make a decision. Rook a5 is on the board. Caruana Keymer is officially a draw. Bear King's on the board. They have shaken hands. And rook a5 in this game.
Well, rook a5. Now we see it was the most natural human move. Yeah, if you would have asked me, and I already highlighted that probably rook ga5 has to be played. And the computer already loves white's possession. So if computer would have known rook ga5 will be played, then bishop f4 is an exclamation mark, not a question mark. Yeah, so things are changing. Wow, what a position.
Still b3 looks excellent to me, because once you get rid of the bishop on a4, you do get this c6 square for your rook. Yeah, b3 I think is...
Yes. I'm trying to think about that. Is b takes a4, b takes a6, b takes a4, rook takes a4 a possibility, because the a6 pawn guards the b5 square, and suddenly the rook is active. Instead of being on g5, it's on a4. Still very shaky. I don't believe in black's possession. I'm just trying to make sense why Vidit is not yet blitzing out his b3 move.
Maybe knight c7 check is catching his eye. Bishop c7, bishop c7. That leads to a liquidation and keeps the extra pawn due to some tactics against the knight on d7 at the end of the line. I'm not going to delve into that line just yet, just because we're going to get a move from Vidit momentarily. But b3 just feels like a better move in black's time pressure.
Yes, I'm just showing it with arrows that finally the move bishop b5 was what you highlighted, and the pin against the knight on d7 makes sure that white retains the pawn. So, wow. And knight c7 played. Vidit wants to go for this forced line.
He wants to eliminate all risk. He wants to make sure that he remains a pawn up and that the position remains easy to handle. Totally understandable given the tournament situation.
Yeah, let's get some clarity. Okay, black is kind of forced to take on d1, otherwise white plays b3 and resigns. So bishop takes d1, bishop takes a5, rook takes d1, and we reach this position that you highlighted, that white will simply keep the pawn because the a2 pawn is taboo because of the bishop b5 pin. At the
Black
end
will
of
go
the
king
line.
e7. King e7, a3, and I think we're going to get that position. And I think Praggnanandhaa is happy to see this. It increases his drawing chances, with the black knight likely coming to e5, but Vidit is in the best situation he can be. He knows that he has a draw in his pocket. Basically, he has a free play. He can just squeeze, and if he fails to convert, okay, take the draw. You're still in the candidates.
Exactly. Nothing can go wrong for him. no tricks, no tactical possibilities to blunder in time trouble. Yeah, black will have to take on a5. The pair of bishop has to be eliminated. Rook takes d1. One more time, rook takes a2, loses due to bishop b5, winning the knight due to the pin. So we are expecting the lines rook takes a5, rook takes d1, king e7, when white just plays the move a3, plays some bishop e2, plays some f3, king f2, enjoys life, enjoys being pawn up, and slowly will set up winning that endgame.
Fredke looking for some tricks. Bishop b3 came to mind, trying to ruin white's pawn structure, but you have to be careful what you wish for. Then Vidit could drop the bishop from a5, and it's not about pawns here. White's bishops could come out to b5 and b4. So I think Fredke has to, choose the lesser evil and, bite the bullet, take on a5.
But yeah, on the other hand, because it's time trouble, he might... No, yeah, he goes for the rook takes a5. Yeah, rook a5, rook d1. This is what we expected. Another move, knight e5 or king e7 are the natural ones. Yeah, knight e5 played first. And white will play the move a3. Black will play the move rook c5. Black wants to activate his rook immediately to c2. I believe that's the only headache. If you give white time to play bishop e2, rook d2, f3, it will be very bad news. So everything depends on move pair move play.
a4 is also possible here to create an anchor square for the bishop. Not sure that really impacts the position that much. Black will still go rook c5, but it's maybe an interesting option and explains why Vidit's response was not instant.
Yeah, actually, it's a very good point. Yeah, because a3, rook c5, I'm not such a big fan of. But with a4 on the board, there will be a very important tempo with bishop b5 check. Just in case it will be important that white's king is coming, but black's rook is in time. Rook c5, rook c2 will be played just before white reaches with his king to e2. Very important. With the king on e2, any rook c2 can be met by rook d2. So that's why it's so important to get to c2 as quickly as possible.
Yeah, now the big question, what does Vidit do? Because rook c2 and rook c1 are both very unpleasant squares. The pawn on g4 finally has its moment in the sun. It's really, really making it difficult for white to untangle, to create luft for the king. And from an objective standpoint, I think Fredke's drawing chances have increased in the last few moves. But again, we have to keep remembering that there is a different set of factors at play here, with Vidit trying to completely eliminate any risk of something crazy happening.
Yes. Now I'm looking at some options like giving bishop b5 check, king e7, playing the move king f1, and against rook c2, simply to go for passive defense with rook b1. It looks scary, but on the other hand, I don't really see the bishop is beautifully dominating that knight on e5, and eventually king e1, for bringing the bishop back to e2, and then finally kicking that rook out with king d1 is seemingly possible. Of course, it's very scary. It's not easy. You might not be sure that it will all work perfectly, but it's very tempting.
By the way, Pia Kramling has held the worst endgame against Anna Muzichuk. The result would not have changed the fact that Vaishali wins the tournament because she had the better tie breaks, but now she wins in clear first. So huge congrats. But yeah, all eyes on the time scramble phase on the first couple of boards here. Looking pretty difficult to convert this if you're Vidit.
Yes, suddenly, yeah, it was very tempting to liquidate, make sure that you won't be able to blunder anything. On the other hand, he gave very good practical chances for black. First of all, every single move comes naturally for black. Black cannot really make a mistake. Yeah, you just go with the flow. And white is the one who has to be super precise in order to keep his winning chances alive.
Yeah, definitely. I think Vidit might be regretting this a little bit, but we understand the temptation. I mean, you're up a pawn, and it's just so nice to have a position with no risk.
One could have argued that whenever he would have played BC, there would have been no risk at all. But probably he wanted to hang on to his pawn. Yeah, it's we know exactly. We have been there. It's so tempting. Yeah, just why shouldn't I be playing a pawn up endgame? But it's move pair move. The rook is just in time to reach c2.
Yeah. Okay, so a draw is what Vidit and Hikaru need to reach the candidates, just to be clear. With a draw, both of them punch their tickets to the candidates, and obviously Ali Reza very happy to see this because there is also a rating spot.
Yes, but this also brings me that with this incredible hat-trick that Anish Giri has succeeded of achieving, let's not forget, he started by winning against Mamedov in that Bishop versus Knight endgame. Then he took down Hans Niemann yesterday in a marathon game, and now winning again one more endgame. So 3 out of 3, gaining rating. And Firouzja has lost quite some rating point. He will still be the favorite. He's probably something like 10 or 12 points ahead. But suddenly, both Anish Giri and Wesley So are in striking distance. So that Sinquefield Cup will be very crucial for all these 3 players, also for the rating spot, not only for the FIDE circuit.
Yeah. Also some very impressive results on some of the lower boards where results are coming in. Javakir Sindarov defeated Vladislav Artemyev. Really impressive final round victory. And also a win by Jan Krzysztof Duda, who defeats Anton Korobov. But all of that is much less important. Looks like Hikaru's game is reaching some clarity. A5 on the board.
Yes, Hikaru is breaking. Of course, they only have 2 more moves to play before the time control, and the situation also much more calm. Yeah, B takes A5, we are expecting Rook A6, then Hikaru will collect the A5 pawn, and he will still be trying something in this knight endgame. Black has the better pawn structure, but it should be draw. And we know exactly that Hikaru knows that draw is perfect. He achieves what he is aiming for, the candidate spot. Let's go back to the Vidit's game because, Rook D4. I was wondering that will Vidit dare to play the move Rook D4 because it's a very ambitious move of trying to meet Rook C2 with Rook B4, but it abandons the first rank. And I wasn't sure that, knowing that so much is at stake, with 3 minutes on the clock, finally Vidit will be playing the very ambitious move Rook D4.
Yep, and of course you have to be careful if you're white. There are tactics, you could lose. But right now, he's containing all of the key squares with that king on g1, bishop on f1 construction. 2.5 minutes for Pretke. It's only move 30. We have a blitz game for the next 10 moves. And Hikaru's game, very likely to conclude any second. I think they might agree to a draw. This is the crucial game. Rook c1 on the board. Pretke activating his rook, pinning the bishop.
Yeah, Rook B4. Yeah, that was the point. But the reason why I'm scared that somewhere, for example, if white takes on b7, if black plays the move king d8, making sure that after rook b7, knight c4, there is no pin with rook c7, then knight c4, knight d2 is a winning threat. And black is might be able to win the game. So you have to watch out. Certainly Vidit has already some idea against the move king d8, but I do feel that this is kind of the question that you have to face. What do you do after king d8?
Yeah, it's a big dilemma. Draw agreed, by the way, in Erigaisi Nakamura, as expected. Hikaru is officially into the candidates. One of the spots has been secured. And now all eyes on this game. 2 minutes for Pretke. Yeah, king d8 controls a lot of the important squares on the queen side. And then rook takes b7, as you said, flat out impossible because of knight c4. Maybe white can play b3, but looks a little bit awkward.
Most probably. That's what we're gonna see. But yeah, there is some tension. Okay, Pretke under 2 minutes. Still 10 more moves to be played. Let's also use the moment to congratulate Hikaru Nakamura for achieving what he came for, to qualifying for the candidates. And Arjun Erigaisi, yes, not making it yet. He still has a chance in the FIDE circuit, but a very big congratulations for his fantastic performance, finishing +4, I believe undefeated, stellar performance.
Absolutely. Huge play by Hikaru, and he drew from a position of strength today. He played a great opening. It was never in doubt. He was always in the driver's seat, and his decision to kind of mitigate the risk was totally understandable. Now down to 1 minute is Alexander Predke. The move you absolutely don't want to play was rook c7. You don't want to go passive. That gives white exactly what he wants. And rook b1, ingenious defensive resource. Rook takes b7.
Fantastic.
Now he wants knight c4 because rook c7 no longer pins the knight to the rook.
And the reason why he has played rook b1, that even if white plays the move b3, after rook takes b7, there still will be knight c4 because of the pin against the rook. Brilliant move by Predke.
Wow. Very, very clever. Now Vidit has to try to untangle. But how?
Yes. Also, if black is given a chance, clearly he will start pushing his pawns just to make sure that he protects that key asset, the g4 pawn. How do you break out of this situation? And what if, for example, Predke offers a draw after rook b1? How do you handle this situation as Vidit from the white side? On the other hand, Predke knows that by miracle, if he manages to win this game in time trouble, he qualifies. Yeah, there is so many crazy scenarios still possible. One shouldn't be ruling out this option as well.
And this is chess. Everything is possible. I mean, we saw Vidit losing a seemingly unlosable game in round 1. Surely that is on his mind. And he could try a move like f4 in order to, essentially the nuclear option, just creating tons of spots for the king. And he's played it. f4 is on the board.
Yeah, very nice spot. It basically sacrifices the pawn back, but who cares about the pawn? You want to make sure that you untangle your king. So, for example, gf, knight takes f3 check, king f2. You even sacrifice the h2 pawn, that then finally the bishop gets out and the b7 pawn is hanging. Everything goes according to the plans of Vidit, and he shows nerves of steel and does not feel any pressure about the candidates whatsoever. He just wants to play a brilliant game.
I love the move f4, and I think it's not as risky of a move as it seems. Yeah, you're sacking some pawns, but if you can eliminate b7, you have connected passers on the queen side. King f2. I mean, king f2, knight takes h2, bishop e2, and the knight is trapped. White is going to be winning there. I think in Predke's time pressure, this is essentially a winning move. I think after king f2, black is in huge trouble. He goes king g2.
Wow. Okay, probably it doesn't. Yeah, it was unexpected. Yeah, king f2 was so natural and tempting, but probably it's equally strong.
Yeah, knight takes h2 now, bishop b5 check. Picks off the knight.
And I feel like that actually Predke's brilliance with rook b1, which we are praising, if he would have played king d8, then he at least would have the chance eventually to protect that b7 pawn. Now his king is too far away. Wow. Vidit might win the game and win the tournament, it will be absolutely deserved. What an incredible determination, and no sign of trying to slow down despite the qualification spot at reach with a draw.
f4 was such a clutch move by Vidit, not panicking even though it was very difficult to untangle, but kind of closing his eyes, making the money move. And now under a minute is Alexander Predke. I just don't see him holding this. I mean, maybe with some computer defense, some knight maneuvers, you can try to contain White's connected passers, but just look at how quickly they advance. Rook takes b7, a5, and once the pawn reaches a6, it's like hitting a checkpoint in a video game. That pawn on a6 is going to be completely secured by the bishop. I have no idea how Predke prevents this from happening.
Yeah, there is no way. It's simply now so practically lost. Yeah, before we were saying that, wow, what Vidit is doing, it's risky. Predke down to 15 seconds. There are no moves, no defensive resources. Vidit is going to win. Knight d2 played, hitting the bishop on f1, but now the bishop can be developed to d3 with a tempo, for example. Makes a lot of sense. And then just collect, on the board. Then collect the b7 pawn.
Yep. The knight is completely isolated on d2. The bishop is a much stronger piece in these types of endgames. Rook e1 tried. Trying to get his knight out of there by taking on e3, but I don't think that's going to help. Probably just rook takes b7 and bishop b5 check and a5.
Yeah. Intuitively, it looks very strong. Yeah, just rook b7, rook e3, bishop b5 check. A very unpleasant check. The black king does not even know where to go because f7 pawn is also hanging, but a5, a6, a7 is coming rapidly.
And 3 minutes is plenty of time to calculate this if you're Vidit. God, he's got to be so excited right now. But he has to contain his nerves for a little bit longer.
Well, he plays the move king f2, also makes perfect sense. Yeah, protecting the e3 pawn, and after rook h1, you're gonna take on b7. You say like, okay, please take that h2 pawn. I don't need it.
I literally don't care about that pawn.
That's for sure. Yeah, the b7 pawn is so much more important than the a pawn is advancing.
He, of course, could repeat moves once with king g2 if he so desires. But why? I think you can just directly go for rook takes b7, rook takes h2, king g3. And if necessary, the b pawn could step up to b4 and pave the way for the march of the a pawn.
Yes. On the other hand, king g2 is such a professional move. Yeah, just making sure that we are coming 2 moves closer to the time trouble. And it's now a big dilemma for Vidit, because he knows exactly that he's going to play rook takes b7, but should he include king g2? That's the big question.
We'll see. I think you should go for it.
You mean just to take on b7 or to repeat first?
I think take on b7.
Yes,
because it's not like you get to a complicated position where you need those extra 30 seconds. Also, you can gain some time by going king g3 instantly, and even by playing b4 very quickly, if necessary.
Yes, of course. This is more psychological, yeah, that you know exactly that your coach is your seconds, your family says, okay, but okay, include it, get those 30 extra seconds, and after you're gonna take, but let's see how he decides.
It's kind of paradoxical that he might be actually wasting more time deciding whether to repeat, when the whole point of repeating is to gain time in the first place. So it's kind of a funny situation. I think he's just trying to calculate rook takes b7 and see if he can essentially forecast this to a clean forced win.
Well, I believe he knows it's winning. It's only about not seeing any ghosts. Finally go with the decision. He's done to a minute. Finally he repeats. Yeah, king g2. Okay, makes sense if you have already wasted so much time.
But also rook b7 here is possible. So maybe he
is and yeah, that's
buyer's remorse from king f2. I actually would play rook b7. I prefer this version because after rook takes e3, you have bishop b5 check and a5.
Yes,
I think rook b7 is a much better version here.
I remember you were advocating that right from the start. I remember.
Yeah, and I think he's going to do it.
1 minute 20.
Move 38. 3 more moves until the time control, but that's much less important. It might be just all over by move 40 if he plays this carefully.
Yeah, and he goes for it.
Well done. Rook takes e3, bishop b5, check, king d8, a5 is going to be move 40 for white.
No, you can't even go king d8 because of rook d7 check, so you have to, you have to go to f8, and then, okay, who will hold that pawn?
No, it's over. King f8, a5, a6, and a7. That's it.
And a5 will be move 40, so time travel will be officially over for Vidit. On the board.
I mean, black could play rook b3, pick up the b2 pawn, and then give up the rook for the a pawn, but come on, that's completely hopeless. White will just be a rook up.
Yes.
Amazing. Vidit is going to win the tournament, barring the miracle of a lifetime.
Yeah, unbelievable performance. I still remember that very first round. We were in total state of shock. We knew exactly what an incredible player he is. We were rooting for him that he will be able to show his true strengths, true potential. We are very worried, and then here we go. We are covering his game. If he wins this, not only qualifies for the Candidates Tournament, but also wins the tournament outright with a +6 score. Unbelievable performance.
Yeah, what a storyline. And what professional qualities it takes to recover from a first round loss like that, then jump out into the lead, and then play a absolute model positional game. Great choice of opening. He plays something that makes Pretke uncomfortable, chooses the opening based on the opponent's style, and then squeezes out a tiny advantage in completely surgical fashion. Yeah, Pretke is coming to terms with the hopelessness of his position. Obviously, he could take the rest of his time, but a6 can literally be pre-moved here.
Yeah, a6 will be pre-moved. Incredible achievement by Vidit. Yeah, he reached move 40, and I don't see any ways of him not reaching the candidates. It will be his very first candidates tournament. What a storyline. He's such a hard worker. He's a crowd favorite. He has been also streaming. He's very popular. Such a nice person, and then succeeding. I always love to see this incredible determination, this incredible work ethic to pay off. And I don't see any power to stop him. Normally, I don't dare to speculate about things like this. By the way, Pretke down to 15 seconds, but it's all over.
Yeah, everybody loves Vidit. He is almost an elder statesman of Indian chess when you compare him to Gukesh and Erigaisi and the rest, but he's still there, and he is still beasting. And his chess career is still very much unfolding. Okay, rook e5 has been tried, but what is the meaning of this? What if a6?
Yeah, nothing. Okay, simply that no move was saving Black. I believe that after the time control, Black will simply throw in the towel. There is nothing to hope for. The pawn is queening.
Yeah, and the problem is you could just leave your rook hanging, whatever, like a6, rook g5 check. Pretke is hoping for king h1. We should show that it is always possible to lose a chess game.
That's true. That's so true. Of course, it requires some help. And okay, sorry, knight f3 wins on the spot, by the way. Yeah, because rook g1 checkmate is coming. I wanted to highlight knight e4, knight f2, but yes, this is the direct way. Of course, Vidit is planning to go king f2, and no matter that Black starts giving these checks, knight d6, you simply follow it up with a7. Okay, you don't even need to play a7. You can also first give rook b8 check, follow it up for the a7, but a7 immediately wins as well. Sacrifice the rook and queen the pawn. We're gonna see a6, rook g5, king f2, and most probably that will be the moment when Pretke will resign.
Fantastico. Imagine the emotions that Vidit must be experiencing right now. He got up from the board, apparently. As soon as he sits down, he's going to play a6. It's got to be pure euphoria. Of course, as professional chess players, you are taught that never to celebrate, to literally never to even entertain the prospect that the game is over until the score sheets are signed. But, you know, that is also kind of a moot point here because you know it's over. There's nothing to calculate.
Yes, and what a day of news this is for Indian chess, for all the Indian chess fans. We already know that Praggnanandhaa has qualified to the candidates from the World Cup. Vidit plays the move a6, he's back at his board. Vidit is about to do that by winning the Grand Swiss, and Arjun Erigaisi still has hopes from the FIDE circuit. That's not over yet. That's completely crazy. Anish Giri, after this wonderful finish, has great chances. Wesley So is very much in the mix. Gukesh is in the mix. And Arjun Erigaisi also, with his great performance here in this tournament, is still having chances there. So it will be very interesting to follow all the action. Rook g5 check played. We are expecting the move king f2. And that's it when all hopes from Black vanish.
Indeed, Vidit just making sure. Wait, king f2, is that legal? Yes, knights do not control the square. 2 squares laterally on the right. King f2 will be played. But again, notice that he's taking his time, just settling his nerves, making sure that, you know, his hand doesn't have a life of its own. And that Pretke didn't hack into his system and is not going to make him play king h1. But the final hurdle.
Yes, I think also we know that Vidit before the games usually meditates at the board. Yeah, he is closing his eyes. He is seemingly trying to concentrate. Yeah, we see king f2, knight e4 check, king e3 will follow. And certainly he has shown in this game that he has incredible nerves. Yeah, just forgetting about the candidates, making sure that yes, I have a chance. I played a great game. I want to finish in style. He will be an absolutely deserving winner.
Without question. Yeah, Vidit announcing himself as a serious contender playing the best chess of his career. We already know that the candidates tournament is a lottery. It's impossible to predict what happens. The margins are so thin that anybody could stake a claim, have the tournament of their life, and qualify to the World Championship. So it's more unpredictable now than ever with this new crop of talent making their way into the candidates tournament. This is what makes the FIDE Grand Swiss so fun. Ultimately, you never know who is going to make their way to the top. And imagine after round one, just somebody tells you that Vidit is knocking on the door of winning the tournament. It would be unimaginable. And that's precisely what's so incredible about these events. That just when you think you understand the narrative, you understand who is really fighting for the first place in the candidate spot, you know nothing.
Absolutely. I remember that we also covered his second round game against Gupta. It was a very interesting endgame. It looked like Vidit is about to win, but Gupta was setting up some great defense. And we were even speculating that, yeah, we want Vidit to win this game because we know exactly that India knows that he's a bigger hope. Yeah, that he is the right person fighting for the candidate spot. And he goes on this journey. He wins that game against Gupta and keeps on winning. It was just fantastic. But looking at some results, Parham Makhstoglu has beaten Nikita Vityugov and Praggnanandhaa, finishing a tournament with a great note, with +3, beating Daniel Bogdan Deak. What a performance also by the young Indian who had a slow start, but speeded up and made some very nice wins at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, Prague kind of stabilizing at his new level. 27-41, not losing a single game. Yeah, he drew some games against 2600s, but still very professional tournament performance for Prague. He wins 3 games in the second half of the tournament and probably stays about even on rating, but secures himself a very nice cash prize and just solidifying himself at this new elite level.
Yeah, will we see actually now Vidit showing some nice sense of humor and going into the corner with it on h1 because now he's queening with a check and then there is no threat? It would be a very fitting finale. Of course, he doesn't have to do it. He has other ways to. But yeah, he's already moving towards the h1 square.
The king has done its job. Time to go back to the hotel room. Rook g5 check, king h1, and Praggnanandhaa could threaten mate in 1 with knight e4, but the pawn promotes with check. He will resign after king h1 is my prediction. The final move by Vidit. He just taking a moment, making sure, double checking that a8 queen is in fact a check, and it is. Everybody holding their breath, just waiting for the move to come in.
Exactly. Yeah, I feel like showing tribute to this incredible performance, incredible comeback story. What a performance by Vidit.
Amazing. Okay, still taking his time, savoring the moment. Okay, king anywhere is winning literally any move here, but king h1 is the cleanest. Avoid the checks, hide behind the pawn. He's played it. And now waiting for Praggnanandhaa to resign.
Yeah, it will be +6. It means that from the last 7 games, he has made +7 scores. So unbelievable. 7 wins and only 3 draws. Nobody could stop with it. What an incredible performance. I don't really recall any of this. Yeah, that's it. Vidit wins. Very big congratulations to Vidit Santos Gujarati. Brilliant performance.
We have a winner. Number 1 spot in the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss goes to everyone's favorite Vidit Gujarati. He defeats Alexander Praggnanandhaa. He punches the second ticket to the candidates tournament after Hikaru Nakamura, who will have to settle for second place. But the $80,000 top prize, as well as the other candidate spot, goes to Vidit. What a comeback story and the performance of a lifetime. Ends with a kiss. The king hides on h1. The pawn promotes. Praggnanandhaa resigns. And Vidit wins the tournament. Just wow.
Yes, exactly. And if people remember our coverage from the World Cup, how close he was against Abbasov. They had that crazy encounter. Whoever wins that match kind of practically already qualified for the candidates, knowing that Magnus would not make it. It felt like a crazy heartbreak, Vidit not making it. And after the next chance in the Grand Swiss, after losing that first game to Evin Lamy from a winning position, he goes to show this incredible chess. Fantastic.
Yeah, simply amazing, divine. You can choose the adjectives, but Vidit's result, it speaks for itself. Okay, well, the top 2 spots of the FIDE Grand Swiss in both sections actually have been decided. Vaishali, she wins the women's section. Vidit wins the open section. An amazing day for Indian chess and an amazing day for Vidit. We congratulate him on his victory. We wish him the best of luck in the candidates. Of course, Hikaru Nakamura is also in, and his performance should not be overlooked. Wow, what action nonstop. But there are other games to look at. There's other conclusions to draw, but we are going to go on a short break. We'll return with more action from the FIDE Grand Swiss in just a few minutes.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
We are back. The conclusion of the final round of the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. And I just feel like I ran a marathon, Peter, because we just watched an hour of nonstop action. We have our winner. It is Vidit Gudrate. If you're just joining us, he defeats Alexander Pretke in an amazing chef's kiss final round game to claim the second candidate spot after Hikaru draws his game and takes second place. Vidit wins the tournament in style. Big congratulations, hats off, and Vaishali in the women's section takes care of business as well.
Yeah, incredible performance. Vaishali's victory was already kind of clear. She was dominating the field. In the open section, it was very close till the very last second, one would say, and finally Vidit, showing incredible nerves and brilliant performance, wins the tournament. Big congratulations once again, but let's also not forget about Hikaru Nakamura, who has succeeded making sure that he qualifies for the candidates. That mattered him the most. A very big performance there. Also, congratulations to Hikaru.
Yeah, an amazing performance with no losses. This is the women's section standings. Vaishali with 8.5 out of 11. Anna Muzichuk, 8 points. She drew Pia Kramling in the last round. And a big spotlight on Batoyag Mungutul, who goes lossless as well. She's going to gain loads of rating and secure a nice pot of cash. And Pia Kramling, of course, at 7. I know there's a lot of fans of Anna Kramling in the chat, but great to see Pia Kramling doing so well.
Exactly, but now when looking at the standings, I'm a little bit puzzled. You remember we talked about this very quick draw by Leia Garifulina, and it heavily backfired. Yeah, if she was relying on her opponents to not win, that was the wrong strategy. She should have fought her way because she had the best tiebreak. If she would have managed to win, she had the white pieces, tie for third place, she would be the one into the candidate. So Tanzonji made very good use of that. She showed brilliant fighting spirit. She went for 1e4, went for that very sharp main line Sicilian Najdorf with f3, bishop e3, and absolutely deservingly taking that second candidate spot.
Without question, it's going to be a loaded list of players at the candidates tournament and the women's candidates tournament. But let's take a look at the open section standings as they currently stand. Of course, Vidit, he is in clear first place, 8.5 out of 11, 7 wins, 3 draws, and only 1 loss, which came in the first round against Erwin Lamy. Feels like many eternities ago in a galaxy far, far away. Hikaru in clear second, and a heartbreaker for Andrei Esipenko, but still with his excellent tie breaks, likely to remain in third place, and a major, major consolation prize for Andrei and the other players on 7.5, of whom there are quite a few.
Yes, I feel like all the players deserve tremendous praise and a very big congratulation. Okay, already we congratulated Vidit and Hikaru, but yeah, Esipenko played a fantastic event. Arjun Erigaisi also going undefeated with a brilliant +4 score. Not making it, but we still know that from the FIDE circuit he has chances. Vincent Keymer also having a wonderful event. Very big congratulations to Vincent, holding Fabiano Cari in the very last round. Parham Maksodlu, what a big fighter. He finally went on to defeat Nikita Vityugov in that crazy E3 Nimzo, and he's back there. Anish Giri, what a performance. He played the spoiler of the tournament, defeating Andrei Esipenko, but it was already in the air. We have been covering what Anish has been doing in a marathon game, beating Mamedov and also Hans Niemann, and then taking down Andrei Esipenko in the very last round.
And it is crazy how quickly fortunes changed for some players who seem to be firmly in command of the tournament. Look at Fabiano Caruana. Not a bad performance by any means, but looking at the second page of the standings, he's in 10th place. He was just leading the tournament what seems like 2 minutes ago, and now he has to satisfy himself with potentially a top 10 finish or thereabouts. Also, you spotlighted Praggnanandhaa, no losses. He stabilizes on his incredible new level, 2740 plus is his new rating. And I think you said it best yesterday, Peter. Each player has his own story.
Yes, in this tournament especially, we see, for example, Yavohin Sindarov also finishing on very high note. I believe that he probably reached 2700. He was very close. I think he was just like 1 point away from reaching 5 points away, but by winning today and winning probably 5 rating points, he most probably has done. Alexander Predke played a brilliant tournament. What a tournament, but now probably he is completely broken. He had an incredible chance of eventually also making it to the candidates, finally losing that last game to Vidit. But I have to congratulate him for his brilliant performance. We haven't been forgetting his wonderful attacking chess, his wins against Duda, his wins against Kuzubov yesterday, and some others as well.
Yeah, amazing job by Predke. And this is one of the reasons I love this tournament, is that for chess fans, they find out about these players whom they might have never heard of otherwise, but they burst onto the scene. And now, how many fans has Predke earned? How many new fans has Vidit earned? You know, these players who are not as often talked about as the world elite, they earn thousands, tens of thousands of new fans with excellent performances in tournaments like this one. Tons of rating getting redistributed in this event. Obviously, a lot of games still going, even though the winner has already been decided. I guess we could take a look at page 2 of the bird's eye view in the meantime. Any names, performances that jump out at you from the ongoing games?
Wow, first of all, I was speculating whom did Sindarov beat, and he beat none other than the very strong Artemiev. So yes, he definitely closed 2700 with today's performance. But the ongoing games, okay, Fedoseev is trying something, but it's very drawish against David Anton Hikaru. Tersahakian against Sarana. Okay, that's a pawn up. It's still torture time. Black has chances of holding this double bishop endgame, but there are also good winning chances. Very important to highlight that Alireza Firouzja has drawn his game against Yakuboev, and in the break I checked, I immediately ran to the live rating to understand what's the situation. Actually, between Alireza Firouzja and Anish Girirana, only 8.5 rating points. So everything is still possible at the upcoming Sinquefield Cup. Also, Vesliso is just 10 points shy of Alireza Firouzja. That's basically one direct encounter in the Sinquefield Cup between the two players. So all to play for, so much dramas ahead. It's fantastic to be following all the chess developments. We have tons of action, incredible dramas everywhere.
Amazing time to be a chess fan. And, you know, there's so much discussion and debate about which format is the best and which time control is the best and, you know, who's better at rapid. But, you know, in this moment, I think every chess fan can come together and express our gratitude that we are alive and sentient at this time in chess, in the development of chess, when, you know, there's so many players to root for, so many interesting narratives unfolding against the broader context of Magnus Carlsen relinquishing his throne, Ding Liren choosing not to participate in tournaments. And this power vacuum has been created, and so many players of different generations are seizing the opportunity, you know, spotlighting their play and closing the gap between themselves and the world elite.
Absolutely. It's just fantastic. And I also loving this, that we see that no matter what time control, we are fascinated. Yeah, if it's speed chess, wonderful. If it's rapid chess, brilliant. If it's classical chess, we have tons of dramas. We have incredible amount of time scrambles, 3 time scrambles, 3 time controls. With the classical, we have been seeing incredible endgames in this tournament, which otherwise would simply not be possible. I'm just loving that, yeah, every single aspect of chess is gaining more attention, and we are thrilled, and we want to cover more chess and such fights like we have seen in this tournament.
Indeed. We have the final position. This is one that Vidit is going to tell his grandkids about, how he hit his king on h1 and won the FIDE Grand Swiss. And it should not be forgotten, the second to your point, not only are these tournaments exciting from the sportive perspective, who makes his way to the candidates, but they advance the cause of chess. The game improves, the general level improves as a result of tournaments like this one. Opening theory advances. This is how people become better.
Also, many young players we have seen in this tournament gaining tremendous experience. Yeah, for example, Mishra playing 11 very strong games against very powerful opponents certainly will help him. He had a rough start, then he came back. I even don't know what was his last round result. It will be also interesting afterwards to check out. Everybody has his story, so many ups and downs. Probably many people have missed chances. They are regretting it. Probably some players were also lucky they survived some very scary situations. Usually it kind of balances out. And the tricky thing that players usually always think about their missed chances. But in order to have an objective picture, one also always have to combine all these elements. And usually it's kind of a 50-50 scenario.
Yeah, definitely. Wow. It truly, it's crazy that the tournament is wrapping up. It feels, when you commentate the marathon tournament like this one, that this moment is never going to arrive, that you're never going to find out who actually wins the tournament. I mean, who makes his way into the candidates. And there's such an incredible sense when finally someone emerges above the rest and someone comes through clutch. It's an incredible sensation. It really shows us that chess really is a sport.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. I never doubted it for a second. Yeah, I believe that ever since I started playing chess on professional level, it was somewhere like I turned 10 years old. I had no doubt about it. I was also very skilled in football, so it was like a big decision that do I want to be a football player or do I want to be a chess professional? And I already made up my mind at the age of 10. Simply because it was so much easier to keep on improving. This is what I always love, that it's no matter how old you are. The question is how good you play. And with a lot of training, very hard work, and with, of course, talent, you had chances, and I was rapidly climbing. And it's also so nice to see many other kids and other superstars like Mishra already at the age of 12 becoming youngest grandmasters in the history. It's just fantastic.
It is indeed, and we have a great surprise. Vidit, he thought that his biggest challenge of the day was defeating Alexander Predke, but no, now he has to survive the interview as well. After a marathon game, we are thrilled and greatly honored to have Vidit in the studio. Vidit, welcome. Congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us after a difficult game. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I just feel amazing. I mean, to win such a strong event. As I was saying, I think one of the strongest opens ever held. So to win it and in such a fashion, can't really put it in words.
Yes, very big congratulations from my side as well. Vidit, we have been with you right from the start. We have witnessed your heartbreaking loss to Erwin Lamy. We were rooting for you ever since then. We saw your bounce back against Gupta. You were on the right track. Please tell us what goes through your mind winning 7 games from the last 10 games.
Thank you, Peter. It's so nice to speak to you. Yeah, because every time, like if I have a good tournament or something, I go back and watch what you said about the games. So I'm a big fan of your comments and you as well. So regarding the games, I mean, I was of course very upset after the first game naturally because the way I made the mistake, and then probably I was just playing. I wasn't really thinking about the tournament until I won the game against Sindarov because at that point I became the sole leader of the event, and then all the thoughts about tournament winning started to come. First of all, the main goal was the candidates winning the tournament. I wasn't really thinking honestly. It's a good byproduct, I would say.
Vidit, let me ask about your opening choice in the last game. I thought it was an incredibly astute choice of opening against Predke. There were so many variables. Hikaru's game, and there were different schools of thought for what you should play. How did you go about choosing this Queen's Gambit accepted endgame against Predke? What was the process of mental and over-the-board preparation like going into the last game?
I was very happy about my game yesterday. I felt actually more pressure in that game than today because a must-win game with black pieces against such a solid player like Diak, it was not easy. So I felt more pressure there, and because I won in such a good way, I was very happy about my game. So I had a lot of positive emotions coming in today. And regarding the opening choice, I was surprised that Redke went for QGA. Although he had played this against Vincent in the tournament, I wasn't really expecting it because, it's a very two results position and he had such a good tiebreak. I thought he would go for something more fighting. and I saw his games in this tournament, and he was playing a lot of let's say Sicilians, and he was playing them well. So I was surprised that he went for this, and I thought against him it's a good choice to go for this end game where I can put some pressure, and it worked out well. So can't complain.
Yeah, one question about from the chat. People are already very excited from your qualification for the candidates, and the question is, when will you start your preparation for the candidates? What are your plans?
Oof. I don't have any tournaments lined up, any big events. I have some small events that I'm playing, so I guess I have a lot of time to prepare. And just the thing is, let's say you make a chocolate pudding or a chocolate pie. You prepare it, you put it in the oven, and finally it's there ready. You don't start preparing another one. You enjoy that first. So I will let this feeling stay with me. Enjoy this win. Because it's not so often that you get to do that. And after a couple of weeks, when I'm in a better mindset, I'll start thinking about candidates.
Not allowed. You must start preparing tonight. You may not celebrate. The work must go on. One more chat question, Vidit, from 3 burner phones, 2 plaudits. Okay. Will Vidit consider Anish as his second for the candidates? Obviously, I guess Anish himself could qualify via the rating circuit, but what is that process going to look like once the cake is consumed?
I mean, Anish will definitely not definitely, but he has very good chances to qualify. Although I do like his company, but I wouldn't really keep him as a second, even if he doesn't. Because I'm also hoping that he does. He's a good friend, so I hope he qualifies.
Yeah, wow. I'm so happy for you, Vidit, that ever since you beat me in Bill in 3 consecutive games in 2019, I felt like, okay, come on, you have to do it. You have the power. It's so nice to see you there. I'm so happy for you. So the best of luck for the candidates.
Thank you so much, Peter. It means a lot coming from you. Thank you.
It was a pleasure to watch your games, Vidit, and you're such a class act. I think everyone in the chat is thrilled that you won the tournament. You have definitely earned some celebration time. We will let you go and enjoy the moment. Big congratulations. Good luck in the candidates, and we look forward to seeing you thrive.
Thank you, guys. See you. Bye.
See you. Bye-bye.
Wow. Just wow. Vidit is so easy to root for. There are the final standings. Clear first place. And this is the kind of achievement that you tell your grandkids about. This will not be forgotten for many decades.
Absolutely, and so well earned. Yeah, it's just incredible. And there was this moment. Vidit did tell us in the interview that he felt much more pressure yesterday in his game against Deak. And if we look back, he suddenly switched to the Sicilian e4 c5, most probably the knight, because after knight f3 has played d6. It just shows his incredible determination, yeah, that he was willing to take risks. He understood that this is a great opportunity, and seeing him succeed, winning that game and then also winning today's game, just wow, just really brilliant.
And just to rip off his analogy, the cherry on top, the ice cream on top of the cake that he's so patiently baked in the oven are the prizes. He wins and takes home $80,000. That is a huge pot. That belongs to Vidit. Hikaru takes $60,000, also a very handsome prize. But the prizes are amazing. Of course, the euphoria that you feel after such an event has nothing to do with a number. It's just the feeling of having won the tournament. It's not the fact that you won the prize. It's not even necessarily that you qualified to the candidates. That's amazing. But to win a tournament like this is absolutely insane.
Yes, all these elements together, yeah, that gives this complete euphoria that you are the happiest person on earth at this moment. Yeah, you feel like sailing on the 7 seas, just very happy. Yeah, everything worked to perfection. Wow. And the candidates coming up, yeah, there was this question, what about the preparation? I perfectly understand with it. Let's just enjoy this moment. I believe there will be some incredible celebration waiting for him in India when he returns.
And this is the same reason that I love sports, basketball, football. It's the raw emotions and the differing emotions, great sadness for some players and you sympathize, but the secondhand euphoria is amazing. Vidit is the happiest man on earth today, and we are all happy for him. Different players celebrate in different ways. I mean, Vidit does not really strike me as a huge partier. I think he's probably going to opt for a wholesome dinner with his family. But it just brings a smile to your face when you see someone work this hard, work their tail off, go through so many trials and tribulations, lose the first round, and then surmount all of the obstacles and get rewarded in the end. It's an incredible narrative.
Yeah, him succeeding, but also we should be talking about Hikaru making his way. Yeah, he came to qualify for the candidates. That's exactly what he has done. Vidit also highlighting that, of course, the most important thing was to qualify. The win, of course, it's beautiful. It's fantastic. It's an extra bonus. But finally, after all, qualifying for the candidates and getting a spot in order to fight for the world championship title, that's what matters the most for all these players who dedicate their life for the chess.
Absolutely. Well said. Folks, we are going to start wrapping up the show. All of the decisive games have finished. There's a handful of games across both sections that are still remaining, but I will admit I am grateful to the producers for the slightly earlier end time. I'm completely exhausted, and I get to meet my mom at the airport. But first, let's take a look at the standings in the women's section. And let's not forget about Vidit's compatriot, Ramesh Babu Vaishali, the sister of Praggnanandhaa, who continues her incredible climb. She takes clear first place over Anna Muzichuk, Tan Zhongyi, and players young and old. Vaishali is another incredible shining star in the wide expanse of Indian chess.
Yes, she will have definitely very good chance in the candidates as well. She's now reaching 2500. Probably she overpassed it. She became a grandmaster then officially, basically. Yes, FIDE has to give the title, but I feel like we can already acclaim her as an official grandmaster. Very dangerous opponent. We see she is very good in openings. She's very creative. She's very hard worker over the board. She's living in a perfect chess family with Praggnanandhaa certainly inspiring her, giving her a lot of knowledge. This combination will be a very, very powerful force to reckon with in the candidates. All eyes on Vaishali, how her progress will look like, because what we have seen from her in Qatar Masters and here was just brilliant. The players should be taking her very seriously.
And they will. She is a fearsome competitor. She is professional, and she is $25,000 richer. That is the top prize in the women's section. Vaishali takes $25,000 with 17.5 going to Anna Muzichuk. But once again, it is amazing to live in a time when professional players are recompensed for their incredibly hard labor. But the real prize, of course, is the candidate spot with a bigger cash prize in that tournament as well. So exciting to watch Vaishali and how she will fare in the candidates. And one more time, let's review the standings in the open section. If you have missed all 11 rounds, just remember, Vidit, keep your eyes on him. He scores clear first in the FIDE Grand Swiss. Oh my gosh, we can finally breathe. Hikaru Nakamura with an incredible performance as well, the way that he juggles his online career and his OTB career. Peter, before I start wrapping up and saying all the thank yous, your final thoughts on this incredible tournament as it draws to an end.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for the opportunity of being able to cover this sensational tournament. And I would like to also say a big thank you for you, Danya. It was a pleasure, just like at the World Cup. Unbelievable chemistry. You are giving so much passion. You give the energy. It's great to work with you. And also, we should not forget, there was also Jan Gustafsson joining us and Arthur's Nexans as well. Big shout out to them. The team, the chess.team, it's fantastic with Big, but we have to name all of them. It's just great to be part of this team. I'm very happy to be here and looking forward to some more action. It's always a pleasure to cover these events.
Likewise, Peter, the feeling is mutual. It's an honor, and a lifetime dream to work with you ever since I met you for the first time in 2007. And my mom snapped a photo. Maybe we can show it in a future broadcast. But just such an amazing experience. These 7 hours, they fly by really, really quickly. You are a hero for doing this entire event and a great privilege for the whole chess world. And just to echo my gratitude for our incredibly hardworking team at chess.com. They show up hours earlier than we do to make sure the graphics work well, to make sure the transmission works well. They work unspeakably hard behind the scenes. Our producer, Bick, was with us every step of the way. A huge shout out to our fellow commentators and, of course, to the people in the chat watching from all corners of the world. Early, late, people came in. They brought the energy, and it takes an entire village to make these productions great. And the chat is a huge part of it. So thank you, everybody. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss. My heart is fluttering, but, you know, as Dr. Seuss says, don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. Vidit has a smile on his face. So do we. An amazing tournament indeed. And more action in the chess world will follow with the candidates tournament, with the Women's Speed Chess Championship that comes up in just a couple of days, and with more young players and more older players continuing to succeed, continuing to impress, and continuing to wow. On that note, folks, GM Daniel Naroditsky and GM Peter Lecko for the last time, bidding you an amazing rest of your weekend from the FIDE Grand Swiss in the Isle of Man. We will see you in a chess tournament soon. We wish you a very pleasant rest of your day. Thanks for watching. So long.